Good afternoon, everyone. It's 3:35. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. We are in a special meeting, the first of three this week, to work on the operating and capital budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. I thank you all for being with us today. We're joined by all of our senior staff and a few of our citizens in the chambers. And I know many more watching on the World Wide Web or on City TV. As is our practice, we will attempt to do this over the next 3 afternoons, early evenings. Today, we will work on part one and the slide deck that goes with it, and likely we'll get into part of some of part two today. I think it's maybe the most important job of the city council is the work that goes into approving the budget. It needs to align with the strategic direction that we've set. It needs to accomplish those goals, and certainly it needs to serve our citizens. And so I start today by thanking Mr. Atkinson and his team for the work that they've done to put this together. We will touch every piece of the city operation between now and when we finish our work on Wednesday afternoon. The format that we're using is something that's familiar to the council. A number of us have, I guess, all of this have done this. This will be our six of us have done this 6 times, and Mr. Christian is doing it his 4th time. So it's not a format that we're unaccustomed to. On Wednesday afternoon, we'll be starting at 2:30 instead of 3:30, and that day we will have a brief special city council meeting to consider calling a bond election for a street bond this fall. But other than that, our efforts this week will all be focused on the budget. So with that as a bit of preamble, I'll turn it to Mr. Atkinson for comments. Jarrett?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. A very good introduction. I do want to reiterate my thanks for Mr. Kostelich, Ms. Brock, all of their crew, certainly to all of your division directors within the city, the department heads. Just as council will try to touch the entirety of the city over these 3 days, we have done the same in bringing the budget to you that you'll look at now. This week is not the adoption of the budget. This is rather the workshop of the budget. We're bringing forward to you as required a balanced budget. You will see that as we go through. See a budget that we believe reflects the council's priorities, that leans on and requires cash funding where that is appropriate, and it minimizes the use of debt funding, and in that case, only where we can demonstrate that we feel like it is appropriate as well. Council, you'll have a sequence of further actions once we finish this week. This week is your time to take this budget that we present, ask questions, if changes are sought, to have us make those changes and set us up for your first official action, which will be at your August 10th council meeting, what we've typically called proposing the maximum tax rate. Mayor, those would be my comments, and we'll move forward if you'd like.
Please do so.
Okay. Mr. Kostelich? So I believe we've covered this. We won't spend much time on it. This is just how we have divided the budget into 3 categories. We will do part 1 today. Ideally, we'll start into part 2, which is where you'll get to your enterprise funds, your internal services, your special revenue funds. Part 3, which will be Wednesday following the special meeting to consider a bond, is you'll do your component units and have one more chance to kind of wrap up and instruct staff on any changes that this body feels need to be made. Moving on, We'll start, as we typically do, by going back over what is your current year. So this is a reflection of what we did at this time in 2020. Few highlights came out of that budget. Council, this 2 pages are going to look very familiar. They were lifted largely from your presentation last time. Highlights: the property tax rate was reduced by 1.64 cents or pennies last time. We did that to try to hold the average single-family residential home harmless and rather to rely on growth. So we did that. Sales tax, if you'll recall, we went into that really not sure where all we were going. We had had significant reductions from COVID. We actually ended the year in very good shape. So we did propose an increase over fiscal year 20. And as you can see in the smaller bullet there, we're on track to end the budget year, the current year, another $4 million over budget on revenue collection. Sales tax is truly driving the economy in Lubbock, and by extent, it drives your budget. For the current budget year, we did not have any general impact fee increases, very, very minimal staffing changes. In fact, council, your general fund budget last year changed by only $600,000. And of that $600,000, $1 million was actually in public safety. So other departments took $400,000 in reductions on your general fund. We did what we could to stay focused on investing in infrastructure, vehicles, and equipment where we had to. And we're going to continue that this year, and I think even make better progress. Next. We did talk last year about what challenges would arise from holding the budget in the position that we did. So this is the slide that came from last year. Number one would be employee compensation. We did not do employee raises last year. This time last year, it appeared that the CARES Act, what sometimes was called CRF, was probably going to be it for federal funding, especially for airport and transit. So I was mistaken about that. As you've heard over the last several months, we now have ARPA, which comes to the general benefit of the city, and there are additional funds coming to airport and transit. Potential second year of taxable value reduction. This was that late change that we had as we prepared to present your budget last year, where we had our preliminary values. Those come to us in late February. That's what we use as we assemble a budget. And then you have certified values. Between preliminary and certified values for the current budget year, we lost $500 million taxable property. Caused a lot of late nights heading into it and some adjustments. I'll go ahead and tip the scale right now. That did not happen this year. The numbers that we'll bring forward to you just reflect a booming, thriving, growing Lubbock economy. Fleet challenges. We did fleet just on what we had to have last year. I noted we had to get back on track, especially for fire and police. You will see that. We talked that maintenance was going to go up, and then we would try to get it back down when the replacements caught up, and that did happen. Last year, health insurance and general insurance both went up substantially. Specifically for the health insurance, though, that cost was all covered by the city rather than holding the course, where if we moved the city up, we also moved the employee contribution up. And I said we weren't going to be able to do that in the following budget. You'll see in here that we're not. We're moving back into trying to move those both forwards. Next. Some of the challenges we look at as we head into this fiscal year 22 presentation. Draw your attention to the left side of the screen, the unemployment rate. Of course, that very large spike, that was right during the depth of the pandemic. We are past that. But interestingly enough, we are still significantly over our historical unemployment numbers. So 5.4% at the end of May. The June number was actually a little bit above that. This is a very unusual time, and I don't think just for the city, I think for much business. We have high unemployment. We have jobs for the taking. We have a lot of jobs open all across the community, certainly here amongst the 2,300 of us at the city. On the right side of the page, is a highlight of the consumer price index or inflation. You see that this graphed out to 5.4%. We are seeing inflationary pressures as we move forwards. I'm going to talk before we actually jump into the new numbers, just kind of again about some of the drivers of this budget, some of the items to watch, maybe items of concern in some cases. One, you will see increases in the budget we're laying out today. Would beg a little bit of tolerance there because we're really doing 2 years worth trying to get caught up. We do have some monetary pressure on us. Certainly, we just looked at CPI. Material costs. We are seeing escalation in material cost and probably just as importantly, delays. It is hard to get materials and supplies. It is easing a bit, but it is still a challenge to us. Natural gas and fuel cost. As we go through the budget, you'll see quite a bit of adjustment on that, more so in natural gas than fuel. We have been in an artificially low environment for natural gas that lasted for several years. We are no longer in that. It is good for our overall economy. When oil and gas is doing well, we do well. But it also means that what we consume, we pay more. We've covered the labor market. I'll skip that. One of the items that we'll just continue to watch, this is certainly not in our control, and that is ultimately what the Fed does with interest rates. Right now, mortgages are cheap, refinance is cheap, dollars are cheap, and those dollars are coming into our economy and they're growing our city. At the point that interest rates reverse in a significant manner, I don't mean a quarter point, half point here or there, but if they move significantly, I think we're going to have to watch pretty close. We do continue to have an ongoing escalation in our property and our liability insurance, and we'll walk through that. But I do want to end not with a note of caution, but with really a little bit of good news. Council, during calendar year 2020, what we've started calling the COVID year, we permitted 1,823 new single-family homes in Lubbock, Texas. I think the vast majority of those got built, as you'll see when we look at new property. Calendar year 2021, we are on track to do 2,300 single-family residential permits. It is growth that is a record year now on top of a record year. That's great. That is people here. That's investment in our community. That's spending at our businesses. It does require us to up our service levels. We're bigger. There's more of us, and we're going to do that. But when I talk to folks around the state and we go over what your appraised values do, what's your permitting doing, we're leading the pack. Lubbock is doing very well, and it's good. It's fun to see that. So next, let's talk about the item that's usually top of everyone's mind. The first of those would be, what is the property tax proposal? Mayor and council, we do propose to use our rate such that we get the full value of new property that came into the community. It was very significant. We want to establish a maintenance and operation or M&O rate that takes care of what we're seeing in inflationary pressures, as well as managing the continued needs of the city. Keep our eye always on the ball with the interest and sinking or the debt rate, and present to you today a proposed tax rate that is a reduction of 1.59 cents. Between this proposal and the budget year you are in, that's the equivalent of a 3.23 cent reduction in your tax rate. The part assignable to this year is 1.59 pennies. You see the table, the chart there in the middle of your page. From FY20 at 55.8 to fiscal year 21 at 54.15, coming down in fiscal year 22 to 52.56. Sales taxes at the bottom of the page, as I've already noted, sales tax is just doing tremendous. So we forecast to end our year, our current year, with roughly $5 million in year-over-year growth. We are going to build our budget projection on top of that. increase it by 2.3 cents, 2.3%, or another $1.8 million. All in, you're looking at about 8% over the fiscal year 21 budget. It's aggressive. We've actually backed it down from where we started. We did that because our most recent report came in higher than our model suggested. So we didn't back down on the revenue. We were able to back down on the percentage. Council, as you're well aware, sales tax is the driver of your general fund. It's what keeps us moving. It is also what moves quickly in response to pressure, be that positive pressure or be that negative pressure. So this is the one we will definitely keep our eye on. Next. Kind of your general impact rate change proposals. For stormwater, we propose no rate change. We have rate changes built into the model beginning in the following fiscal year. For water, we are asking for an increase of 50 cents to the base rate. No change on the volume, 50 cents to the base rate on the 3/4 meter, and then it prorates as you go up. The last change in water was done in fiscal year 18. So we've been able to hold that off. You will see that we're building a fund balance in water, but we are also looking at some expensive things coming in the future. Wastewater, a 5 cent or a 1 nickel increase to the base rate. Of course, wastewater is not metered, but it is tied to the size of your water meter. Wastewater was last adjusted in fiscal year 19. Solid waste collection, working on the residential rate, we're asking for 50 cents a month. That was last done in fiscal year 19. At the landfill, we're asking to increase the tipping fee or the per ton charge by 50 cents. We did adjust that last year. So that one, but your landfill continues. We are the regional response site where it's all coming in. That's not all Lubbock trash. If you are a residential customer, you don't pay a tipping fee. You pay your monthly residential fee. You can see the staffing list there below. I will save you a little time. That adds up to 30 positions. However, we are offsetting that by reducing 11 positions. So the net change is 19. So we're proposing to increase your staffing by 19. 10 of those are at Lubbock Power and Light, the remaining 9 in the other part of your city operations. And more detail will be had as we go through at your departmental levels. Okay. Moving on. Talk about our capital investments. Council, this is the year that we can bring $11 million to street maintenance, $11 million in cash. We did 10 million in the current year. We did 10 million in the prior. Last year was the first year we've not increased it since this council was seated, but we're now taking it up to 11 in cash. Would note, we have historically had a $400,000 placeholder for our dirt roads or dirt residential streets. We have preserved that, but what we have done is create a placeholder capital project, and it's now inside of parks. And there's a lot of things coming in parks. But I think if we leave that always as a budgeted placeholder, when we get past what we're doing with the certificate of obligation money, we don't have to go back and dig this money back out. We'll still be able to put it in and keep working on some other things. So that money is still being held. Others, we have $89.8 million proposed in capital improvements. That's 74 projects, 93% of which will be cash funded. You see the ones immediately below that are not. Your public safety CAD or computer aided dispatch system. It's estimated to be $4 million. We've done the kickoff with the consulting team that the council hired for us. They're moving forward. This will hit late in the year, late in the fiscal year. 114th Street, Quaker to Indiana. This is the one segment that's not in your proposal from future needs on the bond. $3 million is not the total cost of that segment. We have Metropolitan Planning Organization or MPO dollars that we're required to match. This $3 million will do that. It'll satisfy our match. plus allow us to make the necessary utility adjustments. That says solid waste vehicles. I should probably retract the S. That 1.1 million is one single vehicle to use at the landfill. It is one of the very large metal wheeled compactors. We propose to do that on a 7-year tax note. Pump Station 2 improvements. This is a wastewater project. Pump Station 2 is actually at your large water reclamation plant. It is what allows us to take the treated effluent and then send it in several different directions. It's a very old facility. It needs to be updated, and it really needs to give us flexibility. The final one on there is the South Lubbock Sanitary Sewer Extension. That is the very large interceptor line across the south end of town. That's growth. That is growth. Council, we are coming forward proposing roughly $22.4 million of your ARPA money come into this budget for capital only. First item would be one elevated storage tank that would fund 2 for the FY22 year, one funded out of water, one funded out of ARPA. Just a quick reminder, those elevated storage tanks provide a lot of benefits to us. Number one, they dramatically reduce the cost of electricity. Number two, they give you a safer, more redundant system. Today, we largely rely on pumps, motors, generators to be sure our system is pressurized. We were stress tested very badly in February, and it all works. It works well. But we also operate really under kind of a forgiveness from the state regulations. We need to move in to these large elevated storage tanks. So we're going to try to do 2. The next is your public health facility, $8.1 million. We set aside $2 million that was originally the CRF money. Just a hair over $1 million was spent to acquire the property. Last meeting last Tuesday, council awarded the contract for the A&E, the architectural and engineering. So there's a slight amount left in that, and then this is all construction. We're asking for the 3 fire rescue vehicles this year. These are actual firefighting apparatus. One is a ladder truck, and 2 are your traditional engines. Those are not inexpensive items. However, the fire department does a great job. We get 13 to 15 years out of those. And then we're asking to buy 52 vehicles for police. That says police patrol. The vast majority are patrol. There's a few investigative and administrative cars that go in there as well. Next. Carrying on, we're looking at 102 vehicles, 99% of which will be cash funded. We are doing the tax note for the one compactor for solid waste. Council, this will be your first year without a master lease takeout. So last Tuesday, you approved the tax note that did year 5 of 5. Now that we've got those numbers in, allow me to illustrate what I think is the success of that program. When we started that in year 1, you had $30.6 million outstanding on the master lease program. Since year 1, we've paid off 22.1 million of those dollars. The remaining then is 8.5 million is all that's left. And in FY26, remember, we never extend the maturity when we do those takeouts. In FY26, your remainder will be 0. So we will have completely eliminated that program at that point. Pretty pleased with that. Next. Summary of funding sources. If you like, we can draw our attention to the first blue bar. This represents your total general fund. A couple of items to highlight. You will see on here where it says excess reserve for CIP 4.994. That's $5 million from your general fund's excess reserves that help fund capital. That brings your total general fund budget to 250 million. We were at 231 million the year before, or 8.4% change across that. You'll notice that technically by audit lines, your 21 budget was slightly less than your 20 budget. That's because of the adjustments that go on throughout the course of a year. So since this is revenue, you see that there's been an increase in the franchise fees. been an increase in fee for services. Now, that's volume. That's not rate. That's volume predominantly driving that. There is an increase in the property tax revenue. There's a more significant increase in your sales tax revenue. Again, that's that $6 million showing back up. Internal service funds are also going up. Current year, 67.4, proposed year 75.4, increase of just under 8 million there. I'm going to read the enterprises row by row because they're all different. Airport's going to look a little unusual. You see 19.7 million in the current year, and then it drops to 12.3 in the proposed year. That is because how the CRF monies were booked. Remember, we're on the revenue side right now. Lubbock Power and Light, current year 318, projected to go down to 307.6. Stormwater, 24.1 to 26.1, an increase of right at 2 million. Water and wastewater from 145 million to 148 million, an increase of just under 3. The combined other enterprise funds, these will be your much smaller funds, the museums, the civic center, things like that, cemetery, 18.9 to 19.8, or $824 million change. Special revenue funds are actually going down. Some of that's because of transfers. Your debt service fund has a very slight increase in it. If we want to look at bottom line on revenue, you're looking at 929.8, nearly 930 million to 937.3. So all in, that's under a 1% change. Certainly there's line items that vary much greater than that, but by total, that's where you stand. Look at our expense. So on the first blue bar there, total general fund, again, current budget year on the expense side, 239.1, changed to 250.1. That's just under an $11 million increase. That's pretty significant. A large part of that you're going to find in public safety. You'll find it in public works, solid waste. Several other categories are either down or pretty flat. Internal service funds from 67.3 current year to 75.2. It's about an $8 million increase. You'll see that in detail as we go through each of those internal services. Enterprises, airport on the expense side was 14.8 this year. That's quite a bit less than what was on their revenue side. Again, booking the grant dollars. 12.3 for operating. Talked about Lubbock Power and Light. That's balanced at 307.682. Stormwater is up about 2 million. Water wastewater about 2.9. The combined other enterprises, again, up by just right at $1 million. Taken together because of the reduction in airport, which I'm going to contend is not really a reduction. It's an artificial increase in revenue, really. The expense side, we stayed on budget. We just had more revenue. But take those together, take your special revenue funds. Special revenues are down slightly. Your debt service fund statistically is flat. All in on expense, we're going from 929,761, roughly 930 million, to 934,791, or a 0.5% change. Questions on that? Because I'll jump into some compensation items next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atkinson. It's a good summary, high-level summary. Council, any comments or questions? Ms. Joy?
Mr. Atkinson, on stormwater, we have no rate change, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But we did have an increase in income
Yes,
and an increase in expenses.
correct.
What happened?
The increase in income is predominantly growth. As we've expanded the city, each of those becomes a new account when they build. Remember, 1,800 new homes, plus whatever commercial came in. On the expense side, you're going to see more maintenance and more projects, all done without a rate change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move to page 14, compensation adjustments.
Council, the next two slides, we'll talk about proposed compensation adjustments. The first one is to the civil service side of the Lubbock Police Department. I'm going to jump to the bottom line and then I'll move back up to do examples. The bottom line proposal for your total Lubbock Police Department civil service is a 10.27% increase. That comes to you at just under a $4.2 million cost. The raises all change by percentage, and there's several features in here that I think are pretty important. Number one, the police chief, his assistant chiefs working together to come up with this proposal. For your officer ranks, the total number of steps. So think of a step as time in grade. So much time in grade, you move to the next step. So much time you move to not a change in rank, just more experience with the rank you are in. The total number of steps have been shortened. So the steps have been pulled in, allowing those officers to work to the top quicker than they can today. That happened in the officer ranks and in the corporal ranks as well. If you go to the very top line, the recruits. Today, we start recruits at $51,455. The proposal would be to start recruits at $60,002. That's a 16.6% increase. Officers, so step one, you've come out of recruit status. Step A for your officers from $54,270 to just under $63,000. That's also a 16% increase. You see, you see then the remaining steps for the officers, including the variable percent changes. Those percent changes are trying to account for pulling off the top two steps, keeping everybody whole, giving them a raise, and keeping your gaps between the steps so that you still have that mobility. That same logic continues as you look at the corporal structure. Again, there's two here now instead of three. Step A would be a 12% increase. Step B, 11.5. Move into sergeants, lieutenants, captains, assistant police chiefs, all the way through. So what does this do and how does it do so? First, a couple of very important points. There is a civilianization proposal that's included in this budget. This is taking positions that today, 15 of them that are held by law enforcement, they're held by sworn officers. Moving those officers back into law enforcement duties and replacing them with civilians. So it's not it zeroes total numbers out, but it puts 15 existing people back available to law enforcement work. It includes reducing the total number of sworn officers then by another 5, and that's just to help us fund this. I think most importantly, though, what that does, it funds all of these positions. It puts us, in my mind, at the top of the stack in West Texas. I'll go over that in a little greater detail. And it still leaves you growth for the department with fully funded positions. I think this is a huge step forward. I've heard some comments. This may be the biggest, the most that's been done in 20 years. I think it'll work and I think it will help. I mentioned that I think this puts us really at the top in West Texas, at least at the moment. And we do not know what every other city is going to do. But we've had a lot of comparisons drawn to Abilene. And this steps us well up above Abilene. And I'm just going to use kind of the recruit type ranks, the start ranks. Abilene today is starting at 54,700. This goes to 60,000 for a recruit. And then we have a similar benefit all the way down as we look through there. I expect they will change. I expect we need to do this each and every year with a greater eye maybe than what I've done in the past. But we're vaulting up there. We're ahead of Amarillo, El Paso, Odessa, our local agencies, largely, but not entirely, ahead of Midland. When you look at them, they have some really unusual structures that actually carry increases out for officers until year 19. It's pretty unusual, but that officer would make more than the same officer would in Lubbock. Where we have those deltas between the current Midland structure, it's generally right at $1,000 a year. So it's not big. But I think we've made a huge move with that, and we'll try to take any questions you have. Chief Mitchell is here, and I believe you also have representatives from the Lubbock Professional Police Association here.
Ms. Joy.
Mr. Atkinson, you mentioned funded positions. How many funded positions do we currently have for our police department?
Today, it's 465.
And traditionally, we have not filled all of those positions. Is that correct?
Yes,
So when you're talking about the 5 positions, you are decreasing the number of positions that will be funded. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Which
They are
should be,
vacant positions.
okay, and that would be 460 that would still be funded, but not necessarily filled, correct?
You still have the 15 that are being civilianized.
Okay,
So your net authorized strength will be 444. That sounds like one too many. The 445th is the chief.
okay.
His position is still funded.
But we still have available positions for officers that are already funded.
That is correct.
Which is what we would like to see
Yes, ma'am.
in addition to pay increases.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you. Mr. Jarrett, the 15 civilianized positions include what?
Some of them are going to be things like your various crime scene technicians, some evidence processing, some records. Chief Mitchell, help me out.
Good afternoon.
Chief, there should be a button on there on the base of that. If you'll push that, I'll turn you on there.
Thank you.
Okay, you should be live now.
The 15 positions will be reclassified as one forensic investigative sergeant will be civilianized to a civilian supervisor. 5 forensic investigative officers will be civilianized to forensic technicians. Then we have 9 that will come out of the Administration Bureau. The fleet logistics sergeant, the person that takes care of our vehicles, that will go to a civilian supervisor. 2 fleet maintenance officers will go to civilian fleet technicians. And we have a property and evidence sergeant will go to a civilian supervisor. Property and evidence technician will go to a property and evidence clerk. Our 2 record ordinance officers will go to property and evidence clerks, and the mobile operations unit, 2 officers will go to crime analyst. That wraps up the 15.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Patterson Harris, do you have further questions?
Excuse me. I just wanted to know what that would look like, because if they're civilianized, that should open up some things for some other folks to enter the workforce is my concern for that.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Chief, stay where you are for just a moment, please. Ms. Joy.
Will this change from police officers serving in these positions to a civilian? Will that in any way impact court cases, that sort of thing? Are we going to be as good in the courtroom
Yes, ma'am.
as we are now?
Yes, ma'am. Traditionally, most law enforcement agencies of our size have civilianized these administratively intensive positions. The one position, the forensic investigators, we have 2 civilian forensic investigators right now. Both of them have come to us from Texas Tech and worked for us for several years. And from an academic standpoint, their degrees far outpace those that are in law enforcement positions. So when you look across the United States and you look at civilian crime scene technicians or forensic specialists, Most of those folks specialize in that and get advanced degrees in that. From a law enforcement standpoint, we usually go into those positions and learn on the job and get certifications through other law enforcement teaching. So we don't necessarily have that formal education. So this will not hinder us in the courts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Anything else for Chief Mitchell? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you. Mayor, council, any further questions on this slide before we move to the next? Okay. So we walk through this one. These are your proposed compensation adjustments for the other city employees. Council, I know you're well aware, but just a quick reminder, these employees did not receive raises in the current year. We are proposing what's a 4% average, but we are pushing the actual dollars in hand down towards our lower pay grades. So if you see on the chart there, pay grades 105 to 116, 407 employees, 32.5% of our non-civil service people fall into those grades, 7%. Next would be 117 to 121. That's 514 employees, 41% of the non-civil service pool, 6%. And then it carries down until you get to the 139 to 150. These are your senior staff, 27 people in these positions. It's 2.2% of the workforce, 3.25. Let me highlight that the proposal as it's written, 88.7% of your non-civil service workforce would get 5% or more, with the biggest piece of that going to those at the bottom of the group. Lubbock Fire Rescue, their civil service, that's 405 members. They get the 4%. And that's part of how the civil service rules work on that. So this will pull the bottom of each pay grade up as well as the top so that we don't cut off a long-serving employee, a long-tenured employee. And we will make the same adjustment to the part-time pool. So I think it's important to do that. We rely on that, especially this time of year. So we'll take any questions you have on that.
Okay. Questions or comments on proposed compensation adjustments? Let's start with Ms. Patterson Harris and then
Yes, sir.
Ms. Joy.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say, doing something out of the norm, which I think is a huge benefit for some of the folks who find themselves burning the midnight oil to make sure that our water lines are well, and those folks down in the bottom of the trenches at times. And so I think it's much needed. I believe they will be greatly appreciated. And I think it's just time for us to begin looking in that direction for those employees who are really well deserving. Not to say that anyone else is not, but from their position, I believe that this is really, really a benefit. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Ms. Joy.
Well, we've talked about this in the past and always kind of been told, well, we really can't do that. I never believed that. I always thought we could. You just have to be willing to spend the time to make it happen. When you look at this, we've got 73% in those two lower categories of people who work hard every day. I think my concern right now is something that was said earlier about having our employees having to share in the health benefits. And I don't know what that impact is yet. So I'll be interested in knowing how that's going to affect this group as well.
So go ahead and put those numbers out there. The health benefit increases are 10% on the city side of the premium, which is the large side, 4% on the employee side. So if you're thinking, and the one I can do in my head is when you look at employee only, you're looking at 4% of $21 on that, which is much different than 4% of pay.
Okay, thank you.
And while we're waiting,
84 cents or something like that. Just best guess.
while we're waiting, appreciate the comments. Mr. Kostelich, really the one that finally drove the nail in making the design work on this. So he gets all the credit. I drove him crazy. He finally just locked himself in the room and figured it out.
I'd like to build on Ms. Patterson Harris and Ms. Joy's comments, and I agree with them. I think my opportunities to be in the community and talk to employers and surrounded by employers on this dais, I hear the challenges of attracting and retaining key people. And I also know what our team has gone through, our city employees have gone through the last 18 months. And so I think this recognizes that and inflation, which is very real. Hopefully, we're going to see it moderate a little bit. But things cost more. And our citizens' expectations have not changed. I think the better we do, the more they expect. I think that's okay. That's how the world works. I look forward to seeing the other details of this, but I was very pleased when I got a chance to look at this weekend. I think it's the right kind of move for us to make. All right, let's please continue.
Okay, next. Council, on a single sheet with very small print, we have the entirety of your reserve funds throughout the city. We'll start at the top. You have the general fund, the estimated available cash 930 of 20. I'm just going to do this first one in detail and then we'll jump through the rest. 73.5 million. We did pull those excess reserves down by 5.346. That funded capital last year. We have a 20% in the general fund policy level reserve. I do think that once we wrap this year's budget, Blue and I want to do some work with the rating agencies. 25% is kind of the gold standard, if you will, of a general fund reserve. I think if we can over time, not in one swoop, we ought to look at upping that policy level reserve. Of course, the lower the policy level reserve, the more available cash you have. But as we look towards the long-term future of the city, our credit rating, health, and others, I think it's something we need to look at. So the policy level reserves would be 44.7 million. We forecast to end this current year with roughly 23.4 in excess reserves. That's reserve over policy. We do program to spend $4.99, $5 million of that in your proposed budget, bringing you down to 18.4 in the general fund. Would remind council that we try very hard never to bring that excess all the way down to the policy. The first time we do that will be the first year we're not going to be able to do street maintenance in any significant amount in cash. It becomes too difficult to do that. Moving down to the airport fund, you see where their numbers are. They have a very low policy level reserve in terms of dollars. It is 25% in total. They're required to have 2.3. They're estimated to end the year at 13.9, and we do not propose to spend that down. Water and wastewater, this is a combined fund. This is the one that we will take 3.8 million out of, leaving 26.9 or nearly 27 million. This is also 25%. This is a fund that is still relatively newly credit rated. That is a large amount of money, but there are large things coming in the 5-year plan for them. Carry on, you see a slight spin down out of the Civic Center. Stormwater, about $1.7 million. That's just a little less than the 2 million increase that goes towards capital. The cemetery, we do have its own little reserve fund. We do propose to spend 100,000 out of that. still end up above its policy level. No change proposed at Lake Allen Henry. Moving on into fleet. This is the one that was hit pretty hard. We kept up with those vehicles. We had some expenditures in that. It is negative, but its model is turning back positive. And I think with the vehicles we have in front of us to buy, that's just going to help. The health fund, spend down about 1.5 million. That's going to take the excess reserves back down just inside the policy level. So that's one that we'll need to adjust back up over time. Information technology is still doing very well, as is the radio shop, the investment pool. The print shop has its own. It's an 8% reserve fund. The warehouse does as well. Risk management, you see a slight spin down in that. Remember that we are getting hit hard with property and liability insurance. We need to be pretty jealous of that one. Moving down to Gateway Streets, you see that we're proposing 400,000 to be spent down out of that, leaving 1.4. Remember though that this excess reserve came up last year, not because of money, but because we changed its policy.
Right.
It was set up at 100% debt service. We've returned it to 75% of revenue, acknowledging the fact you'll never have zero come in revenue on that fund. So that's it. Cable Service Fund, what we've commonly called the PEG fund. It has been spent down slightly and then it's actually come back up. These fees have gone up over the pandemic year, the revenue's gone up. So we do think that we'll end with about 3.7 in there. The Debt Service Fund, we spent down last year. That allowed us to lower the INS tax rate. We're not doing so in this current year. There's not a need to do that. You see your hotel occupancy tax, no change this year actually or the prior. Very slight 4,000 in our debt service fund. 317,538 would be the excess reserve at the end of next year. Your Central Business District TIF, your Lubbock Business Park TIF, and your North Overton TIF. You see those listed. Note that in the case of the Central Business District and North Overton, the policy level for those is the annual debt service. One of those of which the debt service will roll off here pretty quick. And then finally, you see the North and East Lubbock Neighborhood Infrastructure Fund, what we've called NELIF, and 513,833 in it. You also now have your full revenue that goes to that fund. So that was a change council implemented over a sequence of 3 years, and that's done. Moving into property tax.
Mr. Atkinson, would you go back to the slide for just a minute? I think let's see if we can get some indication from bond counsel regarding how they would look at the general policy change on the general fund. I think if we're going to do it, this is the kind of year you do it, whether you take the big step or at least half of it. I mean, you're talking about 2.2 million to go to 25% reserve. And just I think it's worth looking at. We're rarely in a position where we like we are right now. It'd be worth certainly it's not something we could get back this week, but maybe we'll meet we'll talk about this at council meeting next week. Might have an answer by that time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Patterson-Harris. Excuse me, Ms. Joy.
Question.
I thought you had your button on down there.
She has on a button. How are these percentages set? We change them every year? Is there some philosophy that we need to cover expenses for a period of time? What is the driving factor behind these percentages?
Several different factors because some of the funds are really unique. But if you take your big ones, take your general fund, your water, wastewater funds like that, 25% is kind of the gold standard. You can look at that as that's always going to be 3 months of 100% operational cash that's available to you. And that's really where you'll see that. Most of them, in fact, all of them are within the control of the council. Some of the really unusual ones, like the print shop fund at 8%, that was set many years ago. It's not a significant dollar amount that goes into it, but that would handle, some unexpected expense. Central warehouse is also 8%. That's one that I really want to work on spending down, but I don't want to do it in a hurry. You'll see a capital project to look at what is the future of that warehouse. Council, if you haven't been, and maybe this is the good time to extend the invitation to the facilities committee. It needs help. It needs help. And it's got a little bit of its own money that it might be able to help with. Obviously, the risk fund, we fixed that at $5 million when we made a bunch of changes back in the 2017 budget. We worked on both it and the health funds leave outs at that point. Gateway, again, we made that change at the council level a year ago. We were holding too much money and not being able to use it. So, and the assumption was as if you would get zero revenue in a year, and that can't happen. So that's why we switched it off of 100% debt service to 75% revenue.
Wouldn't there be more emphasis on some of these funds at the 25% than others? In other words, there's some practical considerations depending on the size of the budget.
The size and the criticality of the operation. You don't ever want to end up short in your general fund, your major utility funds. If something were to happen completely unexpected, you need to be able to reach into your own pocket and fix that and keep moving. So,
Well, I guess along the lines of working on this to get to 25%, are there particular funds that you are suggesting should be at 25%?
I think we need the answers relative to the general fund. That would be my number one to look at.
All right, please continue.
Okay, a few comparative slides next. This is the current year property tax comparison. Comparable large cities, you see Amarillo to the left, you see El Paso to the right. You see the average is just right at 60 cents per $100 valuation. Next. This is the same slide now expanded out to populations of 120,000 or greater. So now you see Midland on the left. You still see El Paso on the right. You see where Lubbock sits here. Now the average has moved just a tiny little bit, but it's still roughly 60 cents. So Lubbock has always, at least during the time I've been here, we've maintained below the average, and we're continuing to tip down just slightly as we go. I think the next one, when you talk about the tax money comes in, what do we do with it? Where does it go? This is a history from 2003 fiscal year to the proposed 22 fiscal year over on the far right. Those bars on the bottom, maintenance and operation, that is the portion of the tax rate that's actually available for us to fund public safety, to fund public works, to fund parks, animal services. All of those general fund items will come out of this, which is the 38.35 cents. The bars in the pink, red, whichever that might be, that is the portion of your tax rate that is consumed by a debt payment. So again, these are not the debt payments that are associated with Lake Allen Henry or your water plants or your sewer plants, truly being paid by the general fund for the general fund. That has, that's been up at about 13.6. We've got it pulled down to 12.02 in the proposed year. And then the small block at the top, that is for your economic development, mayor and council. That's the transfer that goes to Market Lubbock. And you see how that rate has come down just slightly as well. It's been 2.31 for quite a while. We're down to 2.18 on it. Growth affects all of these. Okay, next. Okay, if you'll allow me, I'm going to do the state required language related to property tax, and then you're welcome to ask questions to clarify. So remember that this first bar is not the property tax rate, it's revenue. It's the dollars that result from property tax. This budget will raise more total property tax than did last year's budget by $4,018,333 or 4.22%. Of that 4 million, $2,205,276 is revenue to be raised from new property added to the roll this year. This is your growth. This is property that was not taxed at this rate last year. Do the math backwards, that leaves you with 1.8 million of the 4 million is what's coming from existing property or from appraisal growth. Okay? So the tax year 2021 rates that are relevant, the no new revenue rate used to be called effective. It's a little different, but close. No new revenue rate would be 50.5659 cents. That's the reset that we do to pull off the growth in value. We start from there as a base. The voter approval tax rate is 52.7142 cents. That is your 3.5%. Anything over that, and you're going to an election in November on your proposed tax rate. Our proposed rate, this budget is built on a proposed rate of 52.5641. That's calculates to a 3.2% maintenance and operations increase. So you're below the 3.5 Senate Bill 2 cap. You were below it last year as well. Interestingly enough, the bold and italicized language, our total taxable value of the city, so the part of the property base that is taxed, the total tax value rose to $20.66 billion. That's a 7.4% year over year increase, or in dollars, 1.42 billion. Last year was rough on the values. This year, certainly the new property led the way, but everybody else got pulled up as well. And we'll do some detail on that if there's, after answering questions on this one.
Okay, questions regarding tax rate? Okay, please continue.
All right. There's a new slide that Blue and his team came up with that we hadn't used before. So please give us input if find this helpful. $4,018,333 in additional ad valorem revenue. So this one's all dollars revenue. Of that 4 million, 2.9 million goes to the general fund. That's maintenance and operations. Of your 2.9, 1.6 million is from new property and 1.3 is from existing property. So growth outran, or new property outran appraisal growth. The economic development calculation, 166,706. Of that, new properties carrying 91,000, existing properties carrying 75,000. That's not the sum total of what's going there. That's the increase. On the right-hand side, the debt or the interest in sinking, that's a $919,000 increase. 504,000 of that from the new property on the rolls, 414, almost 415 off of the appraisal growth. Is this illustration helpful, council?
I like it. Ms. Joy.
I can think of some people who will like it. Let me put it like that. Okay.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
I was just gonna say it's simple enough that you can really understand. I would have chosen some brighter colors too, you know, this one, but I like it. It really simplifies. Yeah, it really simplifies things. And I know that there are a lot of citizens out there, much like myself, that you really have to put it down on a second grade sometimes to really get it. So I like it.
I'll remind them of my rule about primary colors. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the next. Council, you've seen this slide before. This is where we're trying to bring it down to that mythical average home. First, note that the average single-family home value rose by nearly $10,400. That's your appraisal growth right there. Okay. It's hard to actually find this mythical average home, and there'll be some below and there'll be many above. But a $10,000 year over year increase in the average value of single family residential in Lubbock is pretty substantial. House on the left. This is the current year. All in, that average house that was at 158,000 paid to the city $858.22. Last year that grew by $31.57, but the way we structured your tax rate, that $31.57 was offset. So they still basically paid you the $858. The green arrow, single family residential taxable value increase across the entirety of the city, 6.5%. So go to the house on the right. For fiscal year 22, they would pay $887.36 to the city. Appraisal growth was $54.39. By resetting the tax rate lower, we're going to take off $25.25. Is it still a tax increase? It is. It is not a tax increase that equals the growth in those values. It is reduced from that.
You know, the 6.53% is a big number compared to what we're used to. However, Zillow reported last month that nationwide in the last year that values, not what people are trying to sell for, values went up over 13%. Lubbock is still in that regard a bargain. It's hard for us to understand that at times, but when we pay that tax bill, that's certainly the case if you look at us compared to the country. Ms. Joy.
I also think we need to remind citizens that we don't set the appraisal values. That's done by the appraisal district, has nothing to do with the city of Lubbock.
Okay, we'll move into debt and investments. This is where council has good hard questions and Blue and Cheryl will answer all of them. So these are based on your FY20 comprehensive annual financial report, or the CAFR, as we commonly call it. So if you look across here, the blue bar is the average total governmental debt. So this is general fund debt. The average of these comparative cities is 431. That's in millions. And in the case of Lubbock, we're at 370.4. But you also see on here from 19's CAFR or audit to 20's, we went down. So we like this one. Next one. This is taking the same and converting per capita. So per person. Again, you see that the average $1,628 per person, so it's population of the city. In Lubbock's case, 1,388. The one that's interesting to me on here, if you look over towards the right, you see Irving's pretty significant increase in that year over year. Pretty big jump there. Going to the next. Let's compare the city of Lubbock to the state of Texas. So we're going to do the same per capita calculations on both. Note that all the state of Texas information comes from the Texas Controller's Transparency website, where you can also find data about the city of Lubbock's debt as well as all other cities across the state. We'll focus on the FY20 number over there on the right. You see Lubbock in blue, or 1,388, which had come down. And you see the the state of Texas at 1,755 also had come down. If you look at the 5-year change, state of Texas's 5-year change per capita is up 4.4. And the city of Lubbock's 5-year change per capita is down 6.1. Council, we are continuing to make progress on one of your main priorities here, your financial responsibility. Going to the next, city of Lubbock's total debt per fiscal year. You see the principal in blue, you see the interest in the other non-primary color that's on the slide there. This is where you see, again, the benefit of not adding if we don't have to add, continuing the payoff, continuing the refinancings that have been very successful. And you see the very rapid pay down of that. Again, this is back up to total. This is not just general fund. Okay. Next one has a lot of numbers. Council's familiar with this page and the one that will immediately follow. Focus on the top up there, the general government, general fund. You see that year over year, the general fund's outstanding debt did go up by $6.67 million. But that's after we added the 27 million in your certificate of obligation. So failing that CO, you're actually down by 21 million. You can work your way down the rows on the chart. I'm going to focus on the two at the bottom, what we call fee supported, what's commonly called revenue debt. You see that all in that went down by $98.5 million, nearly $100 million reduction there. Take that, add it to the year over year change in the general fund. All in, the city's outstanding debt came down by $92.3 million year over year, or 7.3% of the total.
And if I recall correctly, this year we're paying down 107 million. Does that sound right, Blue?
It's a little over 100, yeah.
Yeah, seems like that's the number.
From 19 to 20. I mean, from 20 to 21. We'll pull that, but I remember submitting that to a legislative hearing and it's right in there. We're going to go to the next one. Here's the debt profile. This shows you of that total debt. How is it composed? How is it divided? No secret, the water wastewater is the vast majority of it at 570 million. That is largely those very, very significant investments that were made with Lake Allen Henry, the pump system, the pipe systems, the treatment plant to get that water to town. Council last Tuesday, you approved the Texas Water Development Board grant to us or loan to us that finishes out the Lowhead C project, which allows you to get that second 10 million gallons a day out of Lake Allen Henry. And we should never miss a chance to say Lake Allen Henry's full. Not a lot of lakes in Texas like that. We've not only been full, we've been over full over the course of the summer. Your two boxes with the pies in them, the user fee supported, the revenue debt, the self-supporting debt is nearly 75% of your total. And the portion paid by your tax is just a hair over 25. To the right, you're seeing what is in the bar chart converted to the pie chart. Questions on those? Okay, we'll move on. This is your City of Lubbock plus Lubbock Power and Light debt service, as well as your credit profile. See the bars as they stack up on there. The blue and the green at the top are your LP&L principal and interest. The others are the ones that we've already seen. The bottom is your credit rating. City of Lubbock, through the pandemic, we maintained all of our ratings in both the general fund, water, wastewater. For Fitch, our water and wastewater outlook moved up from stable to positive, recognition that things are going as planned. On the far right, you see LP&L's 3 ratings that they hold. Okay, we'll go to investment earnings and we'll turn it over to the investment earning king to do so. Lou?
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. So we do take everything that we have, both in the bonds that we've issued that we haven't paid out yet. We do take those and we hold them in daily liquidity investment pools. We also have, a lot of what we talked about with the excess reserves and the cash that we have on hand. We do put that out as well and invest some of our cash in different maturities out to about 5 years. Different agencies. Of course, this is very regulated, so everything that we do has to be in line with the Public Funds Investment Act. That is a guidance from the state of Texas on what you can and cannot do with these funds, what investments, what vehicles you can put that money into. Here in the city of Lubbock, we actually take that. We're a little bit more restrictive. For example, the state of Texas allows you to invest in repurchase agreements, repos, is what they're typically called. We chose not to because that's a little bit more risky. And really with these funds, we're not looking purely at just trying to build yield. We're looking at first safety, liquidity, and diversification. And then yield is really the fourth thing that we're looking at. So we're trying to take what we can get within a very safe investment strategy. So right now, we are operating in an extremely low interest rate environment. With everything that the Fed is doing, that really guides and really structures everything out to that 5 year, but it really affects us on the very short end of our curve. So in the top graph, what you see is our Lubbock portfolio is in red, and kind of where that is compared to a similar treasury market over 1 month, 3 months, 6 months out to 5 years. You see where we are outperforming significantly on most of those. We haven't put a lot of our investments out to the 5 year. So that's why you're going to see that starting to creep down. But really overall, what we're trying to do is just really beat the treasury benchmark. The chart on the bottom is really our actual earnings and estimated earnings, that the green bars and the blue bars. Last year, fiscal year 20, when we were sitting here with you, we really anticipated somewhere around $8 to $9 million of earnings. We had a very, very good last quarter, and that really jumped up to $15 million earnings. This year, fiscal year 21, interest rate continued to drop on that short end. So we are anticipating coming in less than last year, but still about 7, 8 million. So still outperforming in an extremely low rate environment. Fiscal year 22, with the projections that we have, with the portfolio that we have right now, excuse me, some of the investments that we're able to make, we do anticipate a little bit of an increase in the rate environment, which will drive some of our investments up. So really anticipating somewhere around 9 million on a very conservative basis.
Questions for Mr. Kosich? Y'all get tired of me doing it, but I'm going to point it out that look at 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. I mean, I'm not sure where we had our finger, but I could give you some ideas. But that's unacceptable. I mean, you should beat treasury yields, and you can do it in a very conservative manner. And that's part of stewardship. We're elected to take care of the people's money. And Blue, we're thankful for your efforts in that regard. And our investment audit committee works with you on that, as does your team. And that's something we're very thankful for.
Okay,
Please continue, Mr. Atkins.
jump into the proposed operating budget, capital budget. We're on page 34 now. This chart represents the general fund on its own and its revenue. If you want to walk across the top there, you see the change in the property tax, 71.9 to 74.3. See how that has changed from forecast to budget proposal. Sales tax, again, where you're seeing the biggest increase, that's that $6 million we referenced earlier. Other taxes, franchise fees are up and they're up significantly. Some of that is due to the cost of natural gas. While we pay that, it is part of how the franchise fee paid to us is calculated. That's a direct impact on Atmos. It is an indirect impact on Lubbock Power and Light because of how the power cost recovery factor. Joe's in the back and he's going to have to jump up and bail me out in a minute. Fee for services, you see that up nearly $2 million. Again, that's largely volume. Fees and fines, the same. You have your miscellaneous revenue, your transfers. This is also where you see again, pulling the 4.99, nearly 5 million out of the general fund excess reserves. All that getting us to budget change from 230.8 to 250.1, 8.4% or 19.3 million. Same math carries over to this page. So you see your overall revenue increase. You see the 2.4 million due to the new properties and the 3.2% calculated on M&O. 6% increase in the sales tax revenue. Franchise fees up, fees for service up, primarily again, increased construction and development, and the use of your $5 million. So this is the same basic data presented in a graph format. There are some smaller proposed fee changes, not the general impact fee changes. We have a series of pages, council, on this. We'll start animal services. Proposing a change in the rabies vaccination fee of $5, $15 on the impound fee for the dogs or cats, $25 for small livestock, or $55 for large livestock. We actually sometimes have to go and get those and basically board them. And it's pretty hard to board large livestock for $45 a day. $3 increase to the boarding fee for the dogs and the cats. You see again, livestock. The euthanasia fees are asking to go up. The first line of those are from within the city limits. And the second one is from outside the city limits. We're asking to take away the store permit fee and the grooming shop fees. They don't change. They're not significant. And those are really our partners that are helping us. So we're asking to pull those out. We would once again ask your consideration to slightly increase the owner surrender fee, small for inside or outside the city limits, and then a larger increase to surrender an animal to us that came from outside Lubbock County. And that does happen. Quarantine fee increase, moving to the next page. Going to get into the building safety. Take out the CO fee or the certificate of occupancy fee. That is to issue that fee after the work and the inspections are done. Investigative inspection fee to increase by $60. Changes in how the contractor renewal or contractor registration permits are renewed. And that is really just to get those to a single fee for a single year of being registered. Under city secretary, we have a requested increase in the block party permits. Council, you will see at your meeting next week, some proposed revision to the block party and the noise permit ordinances themselves. Yes, ma'am. And also these increases. Barricade fees, these are all related to the same. And then a fee added to issue a plastic pouch for your certificate. Next. Codes Department, fees for recovering the cost of abatement practices. That has not changed in many years. We're asking to increase it. Permits for promotional sales, collection on the weed liens, $10 for the classes that we provide to the public, $100 for the cost related to recovering our fees related to substandard structures, and would note that even at that $650 ask, that's nowhere near what it cost us to get in and do that. We need to up the fees for mowing the weeds in the alley, the back, the front, the right of way, picking up trash, and weeds in vacant lots. You might have seen us, we're out right now advertising for more contractors that want to come to work for us and help us get these mowed. That happens every time we have a wet year. Environmental health, this is one category that I think we've done a pretty good job of trying to stay pace with what's going on in the community. You see a list of requested changes there. Page 39 are all related to the planning department. This is really trying to bring in the zone change requests, increase the fees to go to the zoning board of adjustment. Reapproval plat fee, that's an existing fee that is not necessary, so take that fee out. Preliminary plat fee has a slight increase to it. And then you see the final plat fees, how they come out. And some of this is simplification. Some of it is trying to get a little better at recovering the cost we have in doing that. Time you get over to page 40, there is a list of ones that are new fees. They're not fees that we have today. Amending a plat, vacating a plat, doing all the verifications necessary for a voluntary annexation, the only type that we do. We have had an uptick in people desiring zoning verification letters and landmark designation letters. Same thing with certificate of appropriateness. Adding a fee to go to the UDHPC. This is related to design fees. And then we don't currently have a group home fee. So we're trying to add that and see how that goes.
Okay, any comments on fee structure or anything else you've seen, fee change, suggested fee changes, anything else you've seen? All right, please continue.
Okay, here is your general fund by category. We have administrative services. We'll get into department level in a moment. Administrative services are budgeted to be down about 2.2. Culture and recreation up slightly. Development services up slightly. Significant increase in public works and solid waste. Another large increase in public safety. And then your other expense category down slightly. And you see in here the cost to the general fund of that 4% tiered proposed rate structure. So all in about a 4.6% increase. Next. Same information presented in a different format here.
Waterfall, although
The
it's
waterfall.
it's not exactly, a waterfall would show all your positives and all your negatives, but it's similar to that.
The next one, Mr. Kostelich's most favorite slide in the entire presentation. You can see the green line has little wiggles and the blue line has lots of wiggles. In all seriousness, this is looking at the cost of your general fund per capita over time. So that is the blue line. And then you have the overall general fund spend that goes across as well. And that would be your green line. So questions? Staffing levels is next on your general fund. So the green bar is the empirical number of staff in the general fund. You see that that's been relatively plateaued for the last 3 years. And then the blue line is the number of general fund staff as compared to your population per 1,000 population. And you see that that started back in 2013 at 6.2 general fund staff per population, and we've got it down at about 6.02. So while we are asking for more employees, it's actually less than the rate of growth in your population. Administrative services. So now we're in the department level budgets. You've seen the rolled up piece of these.
Okay, let's pause before we get there. Council, before we get to the individual budgets, are there any comments or questions on sort of the general fund, big picture tax rate? Anything along those lines? Comments on that and that? Okay. City Attorney. Page 46.
Okay. Extremely minimal increase overall in the city attorney's operating budget. There is some increase in compensation for some market adjustments. Mr. Weaver and his crew have offset that partially with eliminating some part-time and temporary employees, which changes a full-time position. It's very good, very tight budget coming forth here.
Mr. Weaver, would you like to add any comments on your budget? I know you've talked a little bit about it to the Mayor Pro Tem, and maybe would you like to share a little bit?
It's basically flat, which is good. We did go through and try to make some adjustments on some things to try to facilitate that being the end result. The biggest probably being we're going on a administrative staff assistant position from full-time to part-time. So I think that was probably one of the benefits to get us where we are, but be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Any comments or questions for Mr. Weaver? Okay, back to you, Mr. Atkinson.
I'll make just a global note since we have this one in front of us. If you'll draw your attention to the scheduled charge row. From 159,800 to 166,700, about a 4% increase, 4.3. You're going to see similar throughout the majority of the budgets because that is where your insurance premiums and those types of items are showing up. So it's not unique to this budget. You'll see it in lots of them. Okay. Next one is the city council's budget. Also has a very small increase in it. We're increasing the compensation to fund more intern positions. We do have some, benefit costs. You will see your professional services line moving downwards. That is taking the American Sign Language contract that we've kept open, moving it to communications and marketing. And one of the larger membership fees that we have is moved to non-departmental. And then you see the scheduled charges as well. We do have additional IT services in this group because of headcount, and that's the rest of that one. City manager budget is down very slightly. Part of this is the compensation resulting from a drop in the terminal and stability pay to the retirement due to the retirement of a long tenured employee. Our scheduled charges are from the market-wide increases. There are some minor salary adjustments associated in here. And if I could also take a moment of privilege, hope everybody saw the announcement. Our new assistant city manager has been hired. His name is Eric Rehano. He's currently the city manager in Levelland. He will join us right after the 1st of October. So he went through a lengthy and rigorous process, and we're really pleased to have him coming on board. Okay. City secretary. Increase in this budget of roughly $100,000. Big part of that is related to elections. We do have some compensation and benefit adjustments as well as a salary market adjustment in here. Scheduled charges on this one are up largely due to insurance and somewhat to increased IT. Facilities management will take, go ahead. Sorry.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
Mr. Jared, just to jump in on this before we go all the way, several of the areas, there is a decrease in professional service and training. That's kind of a consistent thing throughout several of the departments. Is it the same reason for each of those, or are there some things since we,
They're almost all going to be different. Professional services, for example, in the city secretary's budget is usually
Usually.
largely going to be related to elections, and
Mhm.
you won't find that in others. As we go through, if you see one of them, stop us and we'll get into the detail and get you the answers for it.
because I was just thinking that, with the change in life with COVID, that maybe with regard to training that.
We are
we will have
not trying to pull
Okay.
back at all on
Okay.
travel or training.
Okay,
And in fact, I've challenged all the department heads and the directors, get back on that.
Okay.
This council many years ago allowed us to increase those budgets to invest in our people.
Yeah.
There's good reason for not doing it for the last year and a half, but it's time to get back on that.
okay, yeah, if you'll point that out as we go through each of the departments, I did not want that to be the case as why I
Mm-hmm. No,
was
it is
pausing there.
not.
Thank you.
Okay, facilities management. That appears to be a huge decrease. Let me go ahead and clear that one up as we start. That decrease is because we asked council to appropriate the dollars up front to repair all of the flood damage that occurred in this basement and across the street. That will come back to us through insurance, but I don't need to re-budget it. So this one, your better comparison is really going to be to look at FY20 versus FY22. Because that 2.6 is artificial because of that one event. Also an example of where having those excess reserves available to you without dipping into policy that really can help. Okay,
Before we go too far past city secretary, I just want to make sure that Ms. Garza doesn't have anything she'd like to add to that. I'm sorry, Becky, I missed you when we went by that.
That's okay. I'm good. I think that was a very good explanation.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Atkinson.
any questions on facilities? Let's go to the three categories of finance, those being the accounting, fiscal policy and analysis, as well as purchasing. Again, slight increase here, $60,000. This is mainly reclassifying two positions. We had a very slight, I believe it was $7,500 increase in professional services. This one uniquely related to a new software that we use for procurement. So the old one had pretty much passed its useful life and we've added a new one. Mayor, I'll probably just move and then y'all throw something if you want me to stop.
That'd be great. Keep moving.
Next is human resources. There is a increase of $155,000 in this. Primarily, it's the increase in compensation and benefits, plus the addition of a full-time human resources generalist position. This supports Mr. Beck's reorganization of the department and his work plan. Myself and my crew fully support that. Some increase in supplies. We are increasing the training budget for more travel. And we have our regular increases that you're going to see through insurance and IT and so forth. And Mr. Beck is here. I think everybody on the dais may have had a chance to meet him. If not, Clifton, would you mind standing up for just a moment? Mr. Beck, he's looking forward to come back and explain all things wellness at the appropriate time in our budget. The next will be internal audit. Increased $42,000. This is filling a position that's been vacant for a long time and has had high turnover. We'll ask Mr. Weaver to briefly stand up. Mr. William Weaver, not Chad Weaver. Chad, you're welcome to stand up too, but William's the new one.
You're going to help Mr. Weaver, going to help Mr. Weaver out on the internal audit.
So we're glad to have both Mr. Beck and Mr. Weaver on board with us. And
That's Mr. Atkinson. Ms. Joy has a question, Latrell.
How many employees do we have in internal audit today?
3 today.
3. So we've been rocking along with 2
We have
for how long?
way too long, 7, 8 months. Is that right, Brooke? About a year.
Please continue.
The next is your non-departmental budget, increasing $72,000. Some of that is a slight increase in the fee we pay to the appraisal district. And the majority of it is the SPAG membership dues. This is also where other membership dues are assigned that are of greater benefit than a single department. They go in here. Next, communications and marketing to include the 311 call center. This is down about 7,800 here. We're eliminating some part-time positions in the call center, but we're offsetting that with a market adjustment for our full-time work that goes in there. Remember that we've also moved the ASL interpreter over here. Other charges are down, and that was the deployment of our mobile app that everybody has seen. And your standard note on the scheduled charges. That finishes administrative services. No questions, we'll jump into culture and recreation. Okay, cultural arts. Increasing total right at $27,000. We've got a slight decrease in the compensation. That's from some turnover in personnel, new people replacing longer tenured people. We've got our increases in our scheduled charges and so forth. Next is the libraries. At $22,000 increase, this is basically a flat budget as well. We've had some turnover in personnel. This was one department where when we first entered COVID, we did have quite a few folks that chose to retire at that point in time. We've got our healthcare increase as well as our property liability, natural gas, although electric has gone down. Parks. Up right at 300,000 in this. We're increasing the compensation and benefit category because we've reclassified several positions, as well as taking a marketing position from part-time to full-time. The next item that talks about concessions, chemical, botanical, and other, this is where we're getting hit with inflation in this group. These are our consumables that go through that department. And then we've all seen what has happened with maintenance, which is mainly going to be your mowing contracts. Capital is down because we rolled off the prior year one-time vehicle purchases. Go to development services next. Call up building safety first. Increase of $42,000. We've had some turnover again of long tenured replaced with newer folks. We've reclassed position and we are asking to add a development technician. This is growth. This is volume that's coming through. And you're going to see that in a couple of other departments as well.
Please give us and others that might be watching an idea of what a development technician does.
Greg. I'm going to bring up Mr. Greg Zelinski.
Oh, good
Everybody
afternoon.
out there is waiting for their turn at the mic, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zelinski. I thought the city manager could do that. I didn't think it was that hard of a question, but please.
Back when or first of all, good evening. Back when the concept of our development services counter was created, they reclassified some positions, and what the long-term goal is of that counter is so that any one of those positions, a customer can come to it and get any one of those services that are provided up there at the counter, either through our department, building safety, water utilities, water meter taps, sewer taps, code enforcement, environmental health, or planning. That's a long-term goal. Right now, it's kind of working through stages of trying to cross-train all of those people to do all of those different jobs.
So sort of a generalist up there that knows quite a bit about everything.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Zelinski? Thank you, Greg.
Thank y'all.
Anything else on building safety before we go to codes enforcement? Mr. Atkinson?
Thank you. Code enforcement increased $219,000. We are asking to add an additional code inspector, and we're going to ask to reclassify an existing part-time position and move it into full-time. So on your sheet, that'll show up in that manner. We do have some maintenance needs for the fleet and for the radio services. We have new or expanded, I guess is a better way to say it. Advertisements we have to do in the newspapers. So we're increasing the line item for that. Our higher mowing costs are showing up in the other charges item. Remember, that is where we're also asking for a fee change to try to get some of that back.
What's the total? I'm not looking at my detailed book. What's the total code inspectors? What does two do? Is that 10% increase or somewhere in the
We have
low 20s?
19.
Is that-
Mr. Walker in the crowd today?
Wrong codes.
We'll catch back up on that one, Mayor. I think there are 19 full-time in the field today, plus the one that's the community development inspector, but let us check that.
So two is pretty significant. That'd be
Yes.
10%. Yeah. So
Allow me to correct myself, 27 to 29.
Okay.
Have an old number in my head.
Ms. Joy.
Look at this on compensation. It's almost $1 million, just compensation. That doesn't include the benefits, the insurance, any of that. And basically what they are doing is they're going out and having to tell people what they should already know. You got to mow your weeds. If you've got a junk vehicle, you need to get rid of it. There are just some things that all the citizens are contributing to this cost that we have annually. And it's a hard job. It's a very hard job. They're not the most popular people when they come up to your door or write you a citation. So I appreciate the work they do, because if they don't do it or it isn't done well, we all get calls about it. So, I just wish everybody would be a little more responsible for their own well-being. Stuart, I see you just came back.
It's kind of scary that he knew we were talking about him.
We were talking, Mr. Walker, about adding a couple of positions. Just thought maybe you could provide us a little color on that. What is that based upon demand? What do you hope to accomplish with that?
Yeah, definitely. Please excuse me. I came down 4 flights of stairs.
Get a deep breath. It's okay. It's okay.
With the increase in population that we've seen, both with annexation and, infill in our neighborhoods, definitely, inspectors are seeing more cases.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you. So, Mr. Stewart, will that cause some of the territories to shift or reduce, if you
Definitely,
will,
yeah.
for these new staff members?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
everybody has to cover a little bit smaller area to help them in getting things done?
Yes, ma'am. We've got some inspector areas, that has a lot of open, farmland or undeveloped land in it.
Mhm.
We're seeing those fill in. So in those areas where it's filling in, we can shrink those areas down.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Stewart, right now, what's the mileage, the square mileage is it being monitored versus what the difference that's going to be now with the extra help?
Right now, it's about, it's about average 6 square miles per inspector. Some inspectors, I think my smallest district is 4. And say the largest district, say West Lubbock, going all the way out to Reese, I want to say it's 15 square miles. So adding an additional inspector would allow us to, take a look at those individual inspector areas and better allocate the inspectors.
More surveillance for the not so good players.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Chattis. Okay. Oh, Mr. Christian.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is always a very sensitive subject for the 7 of us. We get plenty of feedback from our
I'm
citizens.
just glad to see the west end of the dais come alive.
Yeah,
So it's
really.
good. Yeah, yeah.
Well, but I've always been of the mindset that we are all codes enforcement officers. And if we see something that's wrong, it certainly helps Stuart and his guys to let them know what we've seen. And that means that everybody in this room and anybody that's listening, every citizen, I think, in my opinion, has a little bit of a responsibility to call in and help you guys out, find those things that need to be corrected. That's just a thought, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Well said. Anything else for Mr. Chattis again?
Just to follow up on what Mr. Christian said, we've all got a phone. And I'm forever sending photos of something that doesn't look proper, if you will. And I always tell the public, if it doesn't look right, take a photo, send it to the whatever department they determine that might be able to address that situation. Phone is a handy tool to have around.
I will say the My Lubbock app has been a tremendous asset to my inspectors. From exactly that standpoint, the attachment of a picture that somebody wants us to go out and look at, as opposed to possibly a vague complaint, has allowed us to really narrow in on meeting customer satisfaction.
If I could add on to that, whenever you do take a picture, take a photo of the corner's location, because sometimes we forget to take a picture of the address. So the street corner sign would be very helpful as well.
Yes, sir.
Chattis, Mr. Masseyville's gonna help you out here. He's gonna.
So I'll just, Stuart beat me to it, but I'll just reemphasize what he just said, is the My LBK app. I mean, I'm able to use this to communicate with departments when I see problems in my district. You can geolocate your issue right on the map and show them exactly where the problem is. It would just take an extra 20 seconds. It works. You can take a picture. It's very effective. It gives them a tool to follow up. They'll follow up with you. You can even get alerts on issues within proximity of an area you're concerned about. And so just as an advertisement and reminder, it's a great tool.
Quite a show. You two down there together, y'all sort of feeding off each other there. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, doggone it, Mr. Masseyville needs to put that on TV because that'll sell it.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Walker before he can run back upstairs? All right, Stuart, thank you very much. Mr. Atkinson, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll move to environmental health. We have an increase, $145,000 in this department. We are asking to add an environmental specialist. This is one of the inspector positions. We really need to add certification pay for those that are eligible. We're becoming the victim of poaching quite severely in this department. Stephen and his team, move departments here. Stephen does a phenomenal job of what they do, but probably just as important, he does a tremendous job teaching, training, getting folks that they do what they do and they do it in a very good manner. And we're starting to lose folks because they're being targeted for that. So
does the certification pay allow us to better retain? That's the thought process?
yes, and it recognizes
What
what they've done.
the investments they've made.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Would also note, just as Stuart's world has gotten busier, Stephen's world continues to get busier. So also as part of the budget, we will be pulling environmental health out from underneath codes, and they will really stand side by side moving forwards.
Anything on this, council, before we move to planning? Mr. Christian.
Just for the record, Mr. City Manager, tell us what all falls under, what services fall under environmental health?
That's a good question. I'm going to start the list. We're going to go ahead. Stephen came in. We're going to have Mr. Walker, other Mr. Walker come up. So this is all forms and types of restaurant inspections, food storage inspections, grocery stores, tattoos, both fixed location and mobile, temporary. I don't know what the correct word is, but Stephen, keep building.
Everything that falls under environmental health, anything food related, whether it's a restaurant, a mobile unit, a temporary food event like the South Plains Fair, all of our recreational water permits that are public, that's our city pools, any hotel, motel, pool, body art. Of course, we've got tattoo and body piercing and temporary body art. We do environmental complaints. If we have surfacing sewage someplace, we work those complaints. We do foster care inspections, group home inspections.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any further questions? So it seemed, I'm just curious about the foster care and the group home inspections. You would think that would be a state function.
A lot of those things were, and the state pulled back from them. A lot of the foster care, group home inspections, they decided they wasn't going to do them. Both of those are on a requested basis. That's not something we annually permit.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Anything else for Stephen? All right, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Atkinson, let's move to planning.
Okay.
Page 64.
Planning budget increase of a little over $18,000. There is a reclassification that slightly bumped up comp and benefit, but it went down. There was an offset from decreasing in the stability and certification pay. That's largely due to how many new or relatively new people that we have. We are adding another full-size plan sheet scanner. And again, all in, you see the same thing on the scheduled charges that we're seeing throughout the city.
So, Mr. Atkinson, do we bear the cost of digitizing the plans? I thought the folks proposing to do things had to digitize their documents.
They do not have to. We will still accept them in paper.
How much longer are we going to do that?
It's a good question. I don't know that I have that answer yet. It's going down dramatically.
I mean, I think we've spent a lot of money building digital workflow. We need to, we need to put a marker out there and tell people when that's going to be. Start working towards. If we don't, we'll have continue to have file cabinets forever and ever.
True. And some of the work of this machine will be digitizing old stuff.
I certainly understand that, but I also walk by here enough to know
See
that
the
there's still
rack.
lots of rack plans in those racks. And, there's a lot of places that won't let you send them, won't let you send, do hard copy plans.
Okay.
Any other questions on planning, council? That gets us through to Public Works. This is what we've all been waiting for. This is Mr. Franklin's area. So council, this is time to wake you guys all up so you'll be ready here. Just kidding. Okay, let's go to engineering, please.
So engineering, slight decrease, $32,000. The decrease in the compensation line is because of how we're allocating personnel into other appropriate funds and capital projects as they do work for such. Do have some increase in our maintenance We're able to take professional services down slightly. We have our scheduled charges and we are seeing lower vehicle debt service payments. And we're getting better at departmental reimbursements. So all in, very slight down. This is Mr. Keenum and Mr. Kristanek and team, and there's probably others out there, but I can see those two.
Council, any questions on engineering?
Yeah, it's going from 171,000 in the current budget down to 146,000. These are for outside contracts that we bring in to help us. Okay, let's look at solid waste. You're going to see some kind of across the universe things that begin to show up really well right here. So very large increase, 21%, $4.1 million. We are adding 2 heavy equipment operators. So in solid waste, that includes everything from the collection truck on up. We're growing. We need to do so. But as we talked about the labor challenges we face, really one of the largest that we have is in the category of what we term as equipment operator or heavy equipment operator. And right now it's a pretty monolithic block. This is everything from they drive your collection machine to the alley graders, to the dump trucks out on the street, to the big paving equipment that we now have and operate. There's a limited impact of what I'm going to tell you in Parks and Rec. They do have a couple of those positions, but the vast majority you're going to find in solid waste, street department, stormwater department, couple in the traffic department. But let's start here. So we are proposing a major reclassification for what we call today the heavy equipment operators. And I'm going to give you kind of some starting categories. A heavy equipment operator today is a pay grade 115 with a minimum pay of $14.66. What we wish to do is build a tiered structure and bump them all up, both to be sure we can fill these positions and really to take care of and reward the ones in it. So new proposal would be, we would have heavy equipment operator 1, 2, 3. So a progression, kind of a ladder that we've built in other departments. Heavy equipment operator 1, the entry would go to pay grade 117, which would be $16.16. So that's $1.50 an hour at the entry level, or roughly a 10% increase. Step 2 would be heavy equipment operator 2, an additional pay grade, pay rate minimum 16.975, that's per hour. That's a 5% step above number 1. And then we would have a 5% step again to make heavy equipment operator 3, which entry rate would be $17.82. So a large part of what you're seeing in the compensation and benefits is going to be the heavy equipment operators. Every morning, at least Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, we're sending out about 43 big trash trucks, plus all the associated equipment that, wraps around them. We're increasing the size of the fleet again. We are cash funding our vehicles, but you see the other large impact is in your capital outlay and reimbursements on here. Council, any questions? And again, that heavy equipment operator will apply in other departments.
Let's start with Ms. Joy Luttrell.
Well, can you hire anybody at those hourly? I mean, they're paying $15 and $16 an hour basically to serve food. So that's my concern is, are we really increasing compensation sufficiently that we can get what we need? Would the department head like to speak to that issue?
Let's start with Ms. Haney.
Okay.
And then we'll probably have Mr. Franklin come up too.
I'd rather hear from Ms. Haney anyway. So.
stand up and take this picture. Honestly, we are anticipating, this is about a 16% pay raise when you look at the reclassification and then the proposed rate increase for the across the board salary adjustments. And so that's a significant increase. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know that that's going to make it, it's certainly not going to make it harder for us to fill those positions. I expect that's going to have a tremendous increase on our ability to fill those positions.
Okay,
Fingers
you're in
crossed.
charge.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Brenda, please state, please, Mr. Christian.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with Ms. Joy's comment. Does seem like, I just don't know how you keep people with a rate like that, especially if it's daunting for me to hear that they're heavy equipment operators. So that's got to be a pretty significant piece of equipment that person is in charge in it. And would that be fair to say? What would be give me a description of maybe 2 or 3 different pieces of heavy equipment that these people would be operating.
Absolutely. At the landfill, we're operating about 125,000 pound compactor on a day in and day out basis, with about 1,500 tons per day of trash coming at them all day long for 10 hours. They also operate scrapers, which are the machines that you see. They look like, I always call them a praying mantis because they look like with the belly drops down, it cuts the dirt up, it elevates it up into the bowl, and then they lay that material back down. We use that for our daily cover. They're operating a motor grader or a dozer, a D8 size, so it's a pretty large piece of equipment. They also operate articulated dump trucks, loaders, water wagons. There's a variety of pieces of equipment that they're asked to operate on day in.
So all of those are pretty significant. The costs of those are pretty significant too, aren't they?
Generally speaking, $300,000 and up for most of the equipment at the landfill. We've got over $1 million for a compactor in the budget for this year. So,
and I know you guys know what you're doing as far as costs and salaries, but I'm just I have a hard time wrapping my head around how do we keep people once we get them for that salary, and especially operating. It sounds like a fairly sophisticated piece of equipment and it costs a lot. So I'm just throwing that out. It just seems very interesting that it would seem to me like you'd be having chronic turnover. And do we need to increase that somehow? I'm asking that question to you. I'll listen, Mr. Mayor.
We are experiencing pretty significant turnover this year. And there's been a number of things that have played into effect with that. We're at about 50% of our current staffing level right now at landfills, covering both of the landfills. And the primary cause that we've been told is the pay. I anticipate that we've got a couple of folks that have recently left us that are going to be interested in returning with this pay increase that we're seeing here.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Ms. Patterson Harris.
Hi, Ms. Haney. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What is the difference between a heavy equipment driver 1, 2, and 3? What's the difference in?
Well, in this proposal, everybody operating a collection vehicle, a garbage truck, roll-off truck, whatever, will be categorized as a heavy equipment operator 2. All of the landfill employees will be largely classified as a heavy equipment operator 3. We've got one that's moving from an equipment operator to an HEO 2.
And so the only way to move from one degree to the next is by changing, actually, in essence, changing a position to a different position or not. Help me understand.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Well, there are opportunities with different skill sets to be increased to a different level of a heavy equipment operator. So for instance, if we have folks that we need to have certain endorsements, if you will, on their commercial driver's license, that would give them an opportunity to go for a higher level heavy equipment operator position.
And one additional question within that step for a number 3, and I know the entry is 1782. What is the ceiling?
Significantly higher than that. Maybe one sheet I put up. Most of our pay bands are extremely wide. Didn't put it up. I put it on the bottom of the stack. So that would be a 119. And the minimum is $17.82. The midpoint is $23 and the maximum is $28.30.
Ms. Patterson Harris, do you have further questions?
No, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay. Ms.
Okay.
Joy?
Does the fact that we have health insurance at least provided and paid for by the city to a point and retirement, does that help you any in your hiring process?
It certainly is beneficial to these employees. And we see it when you get to be a little older in age, where those things start to matter a little bit more. When you're young and you're raising a young family, it's hard to think about being somewhere 25 years down the road and getting the benefits of that. It's always something that we highlight when we're bringing in new employees in. And I actually was fielding this question with some of my staff this morning because their conversation was very much like you pointed out, that some of our food service workers are making more than they are at an entry level. And of course, the reminder is those are part-time positions. There are no additional benefits on that. There are no retirement packages attached to that. So when you're looking at the dollars per hour, you've got to also look at the other factors that you give in these opportunities here with the city.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I would also point out, I believe, Mr. Atkinson, that we're paying cash for these vehicles, right?
Except for the compactor,
Right.
yes.
But so that means that's that one time. or
That's a
that-
bump.
That's why you see the bump, which is what, something we're trying to do.
And we're largely getting out of one of the model year trucks that we've had a lot of challenges with.
Right. Ms. Haney's excited about
We're
that too.
very excited.
She's very
Yeah,
excited about that.
very excited.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Haney, on the 1782,
Mhm.
all the way up to $18, I'm sorry, $28. What's the time frame typically to get to that point?
I haven't been here long enough to see anybody, to get to that time frame because so I couldn't honestly answer that. I would be stepping off in
It's-
uncharted ground.
So there's a couple of different ways it moves up,
Yeah.
within that. One is whatever your annual increases are, that moves you within that band. Not everybody comes in or has to come in at the minimum either. So if you're bringing us more experience, I think Ms. Haney said it well. Really one of the best labor pools we attract, and this is not just in this odd year, it's been pretty historical in cities. You find folks that are a little deeper into their career. They're bringing us a lot of skill, many of them skill on more than one particular piece of equipment. But they're looking for a full-time job, hopefully that has overtime offered, and they want the stability and the benefits. And we like them.
And staying close to home.
I know people that would pay you to drive around to operate a D8 all day. Now, they might not be very good, but
And also, the fact that the potential of making $28 an hour incentive, something to look forward in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Ms. Haney. She got out of here in a hurry.
She does not let the grass grow.
Shows her experience. No, you're good, Brenda. Okay, anything else, Mr. Atkins? Council, we've got two more departments and then we're going to and staff, we're going to take a quick break. So let's get streets and traffic. All right.
Okay, street department increased a little over $203,000. This is largely, you're seeing the impact of the heavy equipment operator come through there. Very slight decrease in the capital outlay, but really that's lower debt payments that we're beginning to see the benefit of through there.
Anything on streets before we go to traffic? Please continue.
We'll move to traffic. $86,000 increase requested in your traffic department. We are doing the reclass where it's appropriate, some certification pay, stability pay. We do have a lot of really good, long tenured employees here. A little bit of an increase in our maintenance cost. And it's the maintenance cost, it's the parts and the pieces that we're buying that all the costs are going up in there. This is one of the only departments you'll see that property and liability insurance went down. Not sure why in the allocation, but it went down.
Okay. Anything on traffic? Okay, let's, we're gonna, we've got public safety and then I think some debt projects and that with capital projects, excuse me, related in section 1 before we can finish it. It's 10 minutes till 6. We'll reconvene at 6 o'clock. We're in recess.
but we're also asking to add money associated with the Animal Rescue Transport Program, which has been a big part of our, live release success. So that is Animal Services. And if I
Mr.
could-
Green, is Mr. Green here?
Yes, Mr.
Steve,
Green.
would you come up, please? So Stephen, the two additional kennel attendant positions, is that just due to growth in demand, or is that a situation where you're replacing what we've been doing with volunteers? Explain that to us, if you would, please.
We're actually replacing Clean Tech. We did away with their contract and we added these two positions to take the two positions Clean Tech had been previously doing.
Okay. So these folks will actually, this is the trade, that last bullet where we talk about the cleaning contract being renewed, not being renewed. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Green? Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Council, any comments or questions for Mr. Atkinson on Animal Services? Okay, let's go to Lubbock Fire and Rescue.
Okay, while I start, Chief Fogerson's going to make his way to the podium. Lubbock Fire Rescue annual increase $1.3 million. We are adding certification pay for our paramedics. I think that's a big part of running as a ALS certified department. Requesting to add one position to emergency management for a planner. That would give you a total of 3 professional positions rather than the 2 that are there today. And adding a civilian public information officer to help support the fire department. And today, the sworn officers that are doing that. We do have some increases related to the PPE and the uniform replacement costs. Rest of it's just making our way through and our scheduled charges and so forth. Sean, you want to talk a bit about some of these ads that we're asking for?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon, Chief.
We're really excited about the paramedic certification pay. It's really going to incentivize our current members to become paramedics. It's also going to help us attract paramedic firefighters from around the region and from other states. It really ups us in the competition for employees that everybody is facing in this employment market. The planner position for emergency management is going to be really beneficial for planned events such as the Mayor's Marathon, 4th on Broadway, triathlons, mud runs, anything else that comes to the city. So we're really looking forward to giving Mr. Mowdy some help with that. The rest of the increases are, like Mr. Atkinson said, just increase in supplies and also catching up from last year, some things we deferred because of the budget environment we were in. They weren't going to hurt our operations, but they could be put off. So we put them off and now we're catching up. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the chief? Let's start with Mr. Christian. Randy?
Yeah, I'm just curious about fuel cost increase. So within the last, this year so far, has that been significant for you guys? Is just to operate the vehicles on every day?
Yes, sir. It has been an increase. Not sure the exact amount. I know we're under contract. Chief Canis follows that rather closely. And we just, the best we can do is be good stewards and travel only necessary miles.
Chief, how will you position your civilian PIO? You'll still have, I assume, sworn positions that will help in that also. Is that correct? I mean,
Yes,
how
sir.
will that work?
Yes, sir. Currently, we use sworn positions that have other day jobs,
Right.
if you will. They fill in during severe weather events or during planned events. This new PIO will put those people back to work doing emergency services type stuff. Our new PIO will also enhance us in our community risk reduction program because they'll be able to get a bigger quantity and quality of fire safety messages and public safety messages out. More constant reminders for people.
And then Fire Station 20, the ramp up for that is a 22, 23
Correct.
calendar year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, or budget year, excuse me.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Patterson Harris?
How you doing, Chief?
I'm doing good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm well. The new program that the school system has,
Yes, ma'am.
what's our connection with that? And is there any cost associated to that program for us?
Our connection to the schools is based on our relationship with South Plains College.
Gotcha.
Since those students do receive dual credit and South Plains College employs the instructors for those schools, we contract with them and they work out the program with LISD and Cooper. What we do is support that program, help with recruitment,
Gotcha.
getting information out, and technical expertise.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anything else for Chief Fogerson? Mr. Chavez?
Chief, hi, Chief. Question for you, Chief. I was at Station 4, just a few months or so.
Yes, sir.
I took a tour and I was very surprised seeing all the bunker gear,
Mhm.
how it's being processed, cataloged, washed and sorted out.
Right.
Do these fire, the LFR and that, do they receive any extra compensation for that?
Not at this time.
So
Has that been looked, oh, yes, sir.
this might be a good time. There is one item for the fire department that's not in the budget at the moment. I've had an opportunity to work with Chief Fogerson, with members of the association exactly on that. So Station 4 operates, they're called extractors. They're
Correct.
super duty washing machines.
Special bunker gear washing machine.
There you go. And the benefit to that is it's, number one, it saves us money over time on the actual bunker gear units, which are about $3,000 a set. They're very expensive. But more important than that, it's a big part of the cancer prevention efforts.
Right.
So we've had a chance to work that out. Again, it's not in the budget. I'm going to ask your permission to add it. Certification pay for the firefighters assigned to Station 4 that are specifically working on that initiative would cost us a sum total of about $54,000. And with council's permission, we'd run that into this year's budget. We can afford it.
Super. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. All right, well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, any further comments on Lubbock Fire and Rescue? Okay, Mr. Atkinson, let's move along. LPD.
We'll go next to the Lubbock Police Department. Overall increase, $3.8 million. We do have the $4.1 million proposed increase in the civil service pay. Of course, we do have the offset on the personnel realignments. That's the 15 civilianization, the reduction of 5 vacant sworn positions. We also have a bit of an increase in our maintenance, liability, property insurance, but we have significantly reduced the capital outlay because of the tax note payments for FY22 that are coming down. So with that, Chief Mitchell.
Well, city manager's really already done all the heavy lifting. I think addressing our pay for our police officers and allowing them the opportunity to be competitive with those officers that are in West Texas. My 3 assistant chiefs and my financial officer, Janelle, and with the help of LPPA leadership, I think we put together a pretty good plan, and I think it's going to serve our community well. I'll be open to any questions.
Chief, talk a little bit about recruiting. I mean, I know we've increased the starting salary, but what are your thoughts around that? I know you may even have a partnership opportunity with the association on that too, but talk a little bit about, how you think we position ourselves, because we're not the only folks in the country facing a challenge in this regard. And what are your thoughts about this?
Well, ever since I've been here, one of the bigger challenges that we've had is filling all the positions that we have. And we normally carry about 32 positions that were open. So we hope by addressing the pay because of those younger, the younger adults that try to become police officers, that's one of the first things they look at. So really addressing that pay. We also have a great reputation across the state of Texas in regards to our training and academy and our police department. So we think when we fix the pay and couple that with the department and the atmosphere and the culture that we have in our police department, that will assist us. The LPPA leadership has offered not only their voice in helping us recruit, but also their pocketbooks as well in helping us go out and recruit officers as well. So this is going to be a partnership moving forward that I think will serve the city very well.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for Chief Mitchell? Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Not a question, more of a statement. Thank you for what you and your department are doing. It's greatly appreciated. I'm sure the public shares the same sentiments. We appreciate what you guys are doing out there every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Anything else for Chief Mitchell? All right, thank you, Chief. Anything else from Mr. Atkinson on LPD before we move along? Okay, let's go to municipal court, please.
I think municipal court, mayor and council is going to take the budget, the award for the flattest budget this year. Judge Hernandez is in the audience and he comes to you asking for an additional $200 to operate the court this year. It's I really don't know what to say. He and Ms. Tyag have turned in just a pretty incredible budget, but yes, it is down by 200 or up by $200.
Mr. Mayor, before you go into municipal court,
Yes, ma'am.
want to make sure, because we've talked about it up at the dais, all of these wage increases, pay increases going to affect October 1st.
That is correct.
Okay, just
All of them.
wanted to make sure that that was the case.
And I believe, if I've got this right, Mr. Weaver, some of the prosecuting attorneys at municipal court are on in your budget. Isn't that correct? And some of where you went in and made some adjustments has an impact on municipal court also. Is that correct? Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Judge, you have anything you want to share? You bring it, you're going to collect that $200 in the room here and that save us a little bit.
Mayor and members of the city council, I just want to let you know that I was real disappointed when Amy couldn't deduct those 200 from the budget. Okay.
At least you're smart enough to mention Amy real quick, because we know who's doing the budget.
Exactly. And I got to give credit to where credit is due to Amy. I also want to let you know that we have for this coming year during municipal court week, we're going to have a lecture series bringing in a speaker from the National Drug Court Association, where Judge Ruben Reyes was on the board of directors. And it's going to be an annual event. And we're going to be calling it in honor of my good friend Ruben Reyes. We're going to be calling it the Judge Ruben Reyes annual lecture series. So just wanted to let you know, heads up, probably late October, early November, around there.
Thank you,
Any
Judge.
questions?
Any questions for Judge Hernandez? Ms. Joy?
Yes, ma'am.
Read something recently. Supreme Court orders have come back down. How's that going to affect your operation of the court?
The operation of municipal court, we're under the Supreme Court orders, not the governor's orders.
I understand.
And so the Supreme Court has left it up to the presiding judge to set the orders for that particular court.
And so have you made that decision?
Until we see further evidence of the numbers going down, we're going to keep it the same, and we're going to mandate mask in municipal court. Because of the close quarters that we're in, my courtroom can't take more than 15 people in the courtroom itself. So just bringing in a jury is difficult enough.
So in turn, I'm kind of looking at some of your goals and some of your metrics. I'm assuming that COVID affected you in terms of your numbers of cases that would have been filed or citations.
COVID affected the number of cases that were filed, that were written by the police department codes. And so it affected the number of cases that we process in municipal court. The number of cases has been tracking up now quite substantially. And so we're getting more cases being filed.
Okay, when you say more substantially, can you give me an example?
Let me bring in my right-hand person. Amy?
Same here.
Hello.
Hi, Amy.
Good afternoon, Amy.
So in 2020, there were 28,236 citations issued by the PD. This year, it's 18,294, and so it's going up. If it keeps on, then there'll be at probably 3,000 citations per month, but I can't attest to that. Maybe they can.
Okay, but we think.
It's going up.
It's
Yes.
going up. We're getting
Yes.
more tickets.
Yes, it's still a lot less than it was in 2019. They were at 42,000 in 2019. But in 2020, it went down to 28, and that's just because of the pandemic.
Well, I noticed your target for cases filed was for this 21-22 year is 54,893.
Yeah, so we're hoping to get that many.
Okay, it's a projection.
That's what we're projecting, that they will file with us. And that includes the department, the other departments also. Some come from codes, animal services, LISD, water utilities. We get some from streets, maintenance, so just a variety of different departments that file with the court. Airport, some.
Were there any legislative changes in terms of how much money that you have to send back to the state?
Not
Stayed the same.
All
Not
right,
this
okay.
year. There hadn't been any changes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. Hold on one moment. Ms. Patterson Harris, I believe she has a comment or a
Yep.
question.
I was also looking at your goals, Judge,
Right.
and you indicated as one of those being that you're going to provide more effective response to juvenile offenders. And I commend you guys for that. I see that you're going to be participating in JJAT this coming year and also expanding your teen court to some of the other high schools.
Exactly. We're going to try to get LISD more involved with, and with teen court. And we're going to try to have all the high schools provide us with one of their mock trial teams so that they can all participate in teen court themselves.
I also saw that your teen court trials show to be going down. Is that because you're going to be using some other means to address some of the issues with some of those?
No, they went down because of COVID. We had to shut down and for several months. Then we started up again and we tried the Zoom and that just didn't work.
Okay.
And it didn't work. And so we had to scratch that off. We finally, once the state opened up, we opened it up for teen court again, but that was only the final month of the school year. And so that's what affected the numbers there.
Oh, okay. And I mean, because you were just showing that not as many for the coming year. That's why I was
Well,
asking. You
we
just
were
don't anticipate-
anticipating, we didn't know what COVID was going to do.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
Shirley.
Anything else for Judge or Amy? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Further comments or questions for Mr. Atkinson on this one? Okay, let's go to public health.
Thank you. Okay. First, kind of set the stage just a little bit. This is only the small piece of public health that's funded by the general fund. So we've heard over the last several meetings, very, very large grant amounts, more coming almost by the day. This does not minimize that in any fashion. So for the general fund portion of the public health department, projecting an increase of $173,000. You'll note, though, that compensation is coming down just slightly. That is largely because with all these additional grants, we are able to push more and more of the salary allocations back to the grants than what we've been able to do in the past. So that's beneficial to us. We have some increase in the maintenance category, higher labor and parts costs, departmental vehicles, equipment, just increases coming in many different categories. And then an increase in our scheduled charges, liability and property, gas utility, IT and telecom. That is significant because we have more than doubled the number of people that are over there and that are connected to the computers and to the telephone systems. So with that, and I do believe Catherine is here also. Either of us will take your questions.
Okay, questions on public health. Ms. Passion Harris, do you have a question?
Oh,
Questions from the public health budget? Ms. Joy.
Ms. Wells, under departmental vehicles, parts, equipment. Talk to me about that.
We have added four additional vehicles over the last year to assist with some of our new grant programming.
Okay.
So the vehicles were covered by the grant, but some of the maintenance charges are falling back on general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Christian?
I just admire those folks who've been doing the battles in your department for the last 18 months. I just can't say enough of your leadership and also those people that have been incredibly dedicated at the task at hand last year. Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at some of the objectives for 2021 for the health department. And I got to add one that you guys have been a very big part of and helped me create the Source to Solutions Addiction and Recovery Symposium that we started in 2019. I think that was an overwhelming success. And that's due to the folks of the health department and the leadership there. And we're going to do another one in October. And I just think that's so important to mention right now because both addiction and mental health is such an important part of what I think you guys are trying to help fix, if for lack of, that's a pretty poor word to use, but I just wanted to thank them for the work that they've done on that project in particular and in those subjects, in those situations that are plaguing our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Catherine, you also have vector control under your department, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So there's 10 or 11 vehicles associated with that department.
And I assume they've been pretty busy since the
They have
rain?
been very busy.
Okay. All
They
right.
are ordering extra chemical this year.
Thank you.
Anything else from Ms. Wells? Okay, thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Anything before we move along? Anything else on Public Health, Council? Okay. I believe that gets us through the general fund. Is that correct? Okay. So now we'll go to the general fund capital projects.
Okay, jump into general fund capital. Start on this page. You see open projects and the amounts that they have been funded to date. You see the FY22 proposed funding column, that is new project. And then to the right, you have a series of columns that identifies the source. So we'll jump into facility maintenance fund, ongoing maintenance account for the facilities department, adding 93,500 to that. Second is facility roof replacements, $535,300. This is associated with the contract we had in front of the council at your prior meeting, the waterproofing contract. This is looking at roofs, potentially 2 of them. Coming down, public health facility. You see total funding to date of $2 million. That was the CRF money, bought the building and paid for the architectural and engineering services. The new part of the project, the construction part, $8.1 million. And council, this is one of them that we have identified for ARPA funding. So coming out of the 56.6 for that one. Warehouse replacement, I mentioned when we were talking about the various reserve funds, and this is one of those 8% reserve accounts. We really need to figure out what's going to be the future of our central warehouse. So we're setting aside some dollars to help us start that. The next 2 projects really kind of go together. You've got the comprehensive fiscal impact analysis and zoning map analysis. These are both related to the ongoing implementation of the comp plan and the UDC. Document management system. This is a program largely operated by the city secretary. This is our official records system, commonly called Laserfish. And we're doing some significant add-ons to the licenses. And Becky, I believe there were some small pieces of equipment that went with it as well.
Right. Actually, this budget is, this project is twofold. 65% of the funds will go to a project for vital statistics, and that'll be for indexing and scanning of birth and death records into this system. We actually house around 400,000 records right now, and it's growing every day because of births and deaths. They continue to grow. We have records in our department for death records since 1921, and the state system does not have any of those death records in their system. And then we have the City of Lubbock birth records since 1914, and our state system that we contract to use their system does have records back to 1926. But this project will provide, it'll facilitate access and retention for the vital records. It'll provide a backup in case we have a disaster. Right now, we don't have any. We have the original records. And then it'll just create efficiencies in the issuance of birth and death records. The second part of the project will be for additional licenses for the organization. We currently have 27 departments that are using Laserfish and a few more that want to come on. We have 93 licenses right now. We really need quite a few more, about double that. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garza. Questions for Ms. Garza regarding the city secretary related capital projects? Okay, Mr. Atkinson, please continue.
Okay, council, the next 2, Citizens Tower West Plaza, Municipal Parking Garage Plaza, of course, those are related right out our front door here. So with the tower project, we built the plaza right in front of this building. The municipal court and the parking garage both will wrap up in our next fiscal year. First project is to set the plaza that today is really kind of the work zone between municipal court and the garage, and to convert it into a complementary structure for the existing plaza. When we talk about the parking garage plaza, that will be the open area immediately to the east of the parking garage. So the parking garage is sitting to the west on that lot. Where you see all the equipment parked today will be an open area, an opportunity to build a green space, and we have funding appropriated to do so. These are all cash funded.
Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question about the last 4 items. But I do have a question on, like to get more in depth on the comprehensive physical impact analysis as to what that entails?
Certainly. Ms. McCachran or Mr. Isom will come up, walk us through the details on that.
So the comprehensive fiscal analysis was something that was called out by the comprehensive plan for the city to initiate. It's a way for us to study what the impact of new development is and what kind of return we can get from it. So what our goal is to have them do a comprehensive fiscal analysis of the entire city, but then to create a formula for us when we have new zoning cases to bring it to you with that type of analysis as well.
Further questions, Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. I just want people to understand what that is.
And it would also be another tool for us to use in the annexation procedures as well.
Ms. Joy?
Well, that was my question. If it's fiscal impact in terms of a development or whatever, that would actually be part of the recommendation that you bring to planning and zoning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Christian?
If you could you just kind of just explain in, for those people that may be watching at home, like you're talking, Mr. Mayor, sometime, exactly how that would work in your planning process to know that, to have that information and data that you'll be getting from this piece of software, whatever.
So
it is.
what we would do and what I've seen done in other municipalities is we present that information to the council and basically it's saying, in short, here's how much it may cost to bring this in. Here's how much revenue this may bring you. Is it ultimately worth bringing it into the city or having this project go through?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Please continue, Mr. Atkinson.
Okay, we'll go to the
Ms.
next
Jo-
page.
Before you get going, Ms. Joy has a quick question for you.
Mr. Atkinson, when we started this discussion, you talked about the ARPA money and you referenced it for the public health facility.
Right.
But the items that you listed total 22 and 4/10 million dollars.
Correct.
So I guess, and I think other people would like to know this, is where's the rest of the ARPA money?
Certainly. Where is the rest of the request for the ARPA money?
Yes.
Certainly.
Yeah.
So we have the 8.1 on the public health facility in the general fund capital. We have the money for one of the 2 water towers that we propose in the current year. Now that will show up when we get into the enterprise fund capital on that. We're asking to fund the 3 pieces of fire apparatus, 1 ladder truck, 2 engines, 3.1, I believe. And then also 52 police vehicles.
That's the 22 and 4/10 million.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's another 30, not quite 30, 20, $34 million.
That is correct.
So is that something we haven't addressed at this point in time because we don't know how we can use it? What's going on with it?
Well, that's related to the ongoing discussions that we've had with the city council, where we've listed conceivably what we call buckets, opportunities. We looked at a number of those. We are not asking to appropriate or to spend those dollars at this time.
Okay.
I believe the instruction from council was for us to come back likely in late August, potentially have an opportunity now for some public input to that. We were also tasked, we identified several projects at the prior meeting that we think there's partnership opportunities. Certainly the county was likely the largest partner. Some opportunities to work with school districts, junior colleges, and other higher education. So we get past this week, we'll be working on that task.
So we won't see any of those additional ARPA monies in this budget, correct?
That is correct. The total that you called out is all that we have put in this budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Massengale, then Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Atkinson, remind me how much of that, of the ARPA funds has actually been funded to the city of Lubbock?
Right now, we have received 1/2 of our 56.6 million. So we've got a little over $28 million in hand.
And then the next half will get when?
It should come next June.
Okay. And how long do we have to make a decision on how we use the ARPA funds?
So the city council has to commit the funds, meaning we have tagged them to a specific use by December 31, 2024. And then once you have done that, you've committed the dollars, you've got a contract, so to speak. You have until December 31, 2026 to pay it out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maskill. Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Massengale asked the question I was going to ask, which is really basically the other half the money we're not going to receive anyway. So I think this is a wise way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you.
Anything else from Mr. Atkinson on general capital, capital improvements, CapEx projects and administrative services? Mr. Chavez.
Mr. Atkinson, on the ARPA money, some of that, if I remember the conversation, some of that money can be used for community development.
Yes, I think we probably titled that category kind of the neighborhoods disproportionately impacted.
Correct. Just want to make sure.
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Mr. Chavez. Okay, let's move along, Mr. Atkinson.
Okay, we'll go to page 78. First project up before you is golf course improvements, requested funding in the amount of $53,400. Note that it appears in the other listing as far as sources. This is $53,000 that will come out of the dedicated capital account that is paid by the operator of Meadowbrook back to the city. And Ms. Witcher, is this the bridges? You have a microphone right there.
Can't see anyone, but hopefully you can hear me. Yes, we actually just received an estimate while I was sitting here at like 3:45. I'm going to try to do some of the bridges this year. And in the coming fiscal year, we'll look at one more bridge and potentially a restroom out on the course.
Let's go to Mr. Chavez, then to Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. So the 53.4 is for bridge repair, replacement. Now, I'm looking back all the way to 2009, and it's been the same allocation. How do we determine that the 53.4? How do we arrive to that number?
I cannot tell you how it was arrived at back that far. Wished I could.
And the reason I ask is because really, I mean, if you're talking golf course, 53,000 is really, it's a lot of money, but it's, when you're looking at 36 holes golf course, it's really an insignificant number. I hate to say that, but what's it going to take to make that 53,000, maybe double that amount of money? And have a plan, designated plan for that money. I don't want it just to sit there on the shelf and for the future. Because the golf course is in need of some TLC drastically.
Correct. And I'm trying to see if I can find what that fund holds. It holds more than that.
Right.
I've got it, sir. The funds remaining currently are $386,510. So with those funds plus the additional 53.4 is where we'd be looking at a potential restroom replacement on the course.
So if it serves me mathematically, serves my, was that 300? So we're looking at 6 years of not using $54,000
No, that is cash on hand in that fund.
to be used for? Is it designated?
It is not. It is a reserve fund. It's not designated at the current time. It is a reserve fund that's accumulated those dollars over the years. If we want to look at a more aggressive spend down of that, improvements quicker, I'd suggest that we get Brooke and Mr. Van Gundy with our operator and get their priority list.
I like the aggressive portion of that statement.
Very well.
I mean,
If you're going to,
and the reason it's that golf course has got our name on it. No reason why that golf course should not be a premier golf course to where anytime anyone that comes to Lubbock decides to play golf, they think of no other golf course but Meadowbrook. I think we need to be a little aggressive on this one.
we'll go to work on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Well said, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez, for teeing it up. I was there recently and was very concerned about the trees being trimmed. So some of those dollars should soon go to tree trimming.
Did you get?
It's a, I'm not going to answer that question, Ms. Joy. But that is there's a safety hazard there on the cart paths. It's with some of the trees hanging down and just manicuring it. I don't know what the cost would be, but to your point, Mr. Chavez, this needs to be done rapidly, in my opinion.
If I can add to that. I have. I've kind of glanced over the contract. Tree trimming is part of the contract. On their dime, not our dime. So I think we need to sit down and reevaluate this contract. It's the legal binding document and start holding somebody accountable for it.
So
We're not asking for anything that's outlandish. It's just, it's a written word. Let's abide by it.
I think it's a fair request. I'm going to ask Mr. Van Gundy to come up and maybe give us a brief overview. I think that you and I talked, Mr. Chavez. I do think this merits discussion. I think it merits more discussion than we can give it tonight.
Yes.
I think it comes along with hopefully with our parks master plan. I mentioned to this, but here's the question for the council. If you want that golf course if you want Meadowbrook to be what we want it, something we're proud of, we're gonna have to fund it.
It's going to cost some money.
Yeah, because municipal golf courses don't cash flow. And, we used to think in my past, we sort of thought $10,000 a hole a year. Whether you spend it or not, you had to go do the greens one year, you're going to spend, a lot. And it costs a lot to maintain a golf course. And you can see how not to do it, unfortunately, when you go out to Meadowbrook, I think. Mr. Van Gundy, you've heard some of this discussion. I'll go to Mr. Christian here in a minute, but you might have a couple thoughts for us.
I think to be able to answer that fairly, I would need to dive into their operation and kind of look at what they're doing and how they're working to be able to give a fair analysis on what their budget looks like, what their operational budget looks like, to be able to tell, are they short equipment? Are they short manpower? What do those things look like? And so by all means, I do believe that we need to dive into it. I think that Ben Perry here, as far as his background, as far as the operational inside of that would be an asset to us. As far as the outside area, that's something that we can take a look at for sure.
Well, I believe their maintenance budget is $438,000. Basically for 2 golf courses. I can't see how you can operate or maintain 2 golf courses for that kind of money.
Be very difficult.
Mr. Christian.
I just want to, I fold into what y'all have all said here. It seems to me like we're talking about, it's a good time to take a look at a real deep dive on the golf course and see what we can do, what we would like to do, and and move on from there. Just a really good analysis, because I think there's a lot of affection for that golf course for a lot of people. And let's see what we can do and really do a good review of that course and where we go with it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Gundy.
Colby, don't go
Yeah,
far.
I was gonna
We
say,
may
don't
have
go
some
far
more.
because we're gonna talk about a number. These are all some of these are yours. So Mr. Atkinson, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. The next one, park amenities. Council will recall, we established this 4 years ago. This will be the 5th year. This is an ongoing account that lets us do those minor installs and improvements throughout the park system, really to identify a deficiency or to remedy a deficiency, or to take care of some of the older things. And this can be as simple as trash receptacles, benches, little covers over the benches. It's making your existing parks more usable. So we're proposing $156,000 out of new money and $12,480 out of old money. So $168,800 proposed total. Let me jump to the bottom of this chart so we can keep Colby lined up here. We've got the dock and bridge replacement program. This one for the new year, $149,675. Move down to the next to the bottom line, park playgrounds, phase 2. Really, at this point in time, we should probably call it phase 1. It's been so long since these were done. $740,000 of new cash. Allow Colby and his team, using the report they have submitted to this body previously, to really focus on fixing those parks or those playgrounds that are the lowest graded, they're bad. Something needs to be done with them. And then finally, council mentioned earlier today that we had set a placeholder and put it inside of the Parks Department capital. Parks Unimproved Roads, it's not a very imaginative name, but it maintains that $400,000. It does not have a tagged use at the moment. We're in the midst of the park master plan process. We know that there's opportunities for grants and other things. So we're asking you to set and hold that. Cannot be released or spent other than by this council. That'll be your parks capital.
Okay. Colby, you want to add anything to that?
No, sir, you did great. Mr. Atkinson did a great job.
It's a good answer. Ms. Joy.
Do we still have any benches, table covers? We ordered a lot of those amenities at one time, and we used a lot of them. I think Ms. Patterson Harris will remember that. Yeah, I was wondering, do we still have any of those? Because I know I sent you an email and said I use Higginbotham. I think I saw 1 or 2 benches and 1 table in a really big park. So do you know if we still have any of those?
We have a few. We really, this last year or this past winter, we put together a temporary maintenance or a temporary construction crew of 4 or 5 guys off of different teams to really try to catch up. When we started there, they were about 1.5 years behind on all the amenities, putting those in. And so we really have caught up at this point. And so we may have a few tables or picnic tables that I can go see about, but the dollar figures for those have already been spent this year. So there may be one in supply that we haven't put in yet that I can look at, but this will be coming into October 1. We'll start that process back over.
So who makes the decision, who gets what in which park? And I know we have a parks master plan, but it's not done. And I would assume we're not asking a consultant to tell us where to put a bench.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So who makes a decision about where we're going to put?
Our park development team will take a look as far as there's a couple different things that are coming into that as far as the cartograph plan that we've got, the cartograph program that we have. It's a maintenance program and asset management program. So our GIS team in park development has started to identify all of those benches. And so when it goes into those, then it'll put a replacement schedule for us to be able to say, okay, of your 200 picnic tables that you have, here's when those are going to go offline. And so we'll be able to tell when we're going to we'll need to be replacing them. So I'll be able to come to you with a dollar figure instead of just saying, okay, it's 268 every year. I'll say, I need to be able to put on a 5, 6, 10-year plan, we'll be able to say these 6 benches need to come in, or these 20 benches from each area. And so right now, it's just done off of a basis of where we know benches are needed as far as replacement for the most part. These are replacements for specific areas. If we have a bench that has been broken or has a weld has popped off in it or something of that nature, that's what these amenities would come in and do.
So this doesn't provide for any new amenities, just for replacements?
For the most part, because we haven't had that growth yet. And so right now we're taking the older tables that we have that need to be replaced. And so we're trying to catch them up to a point, just like what we do on our playground here, is where we have a standard level that we want to meet. And so that we're raising the entire inventory of that overall benches and whatever amenity that might be.
So how do we, if we don't have anything to replace, nothing exists, how do we get on the list to get a bench or a, what do you call the covered?
Covered picnic shelter?
Yeah, the picnic shelters.
Those would be things that as we're going through and identifying all of our playground, all of our parks and the amenities in them, and what are goods and what are the needs of each one of those parks, that's sort of the things that we'll do. One of the other options one of the other things that the master plan will help is the Texas Tech Landscape Architect Department is going to be doing a complete assessment of every single one of our parks that will show what our benches are like, what they're like, what they look like as far as their needs for replacement. One, are they in good spots or different spots? But that will help us really identify as a whole what I think you're asking me, Ms. Joy, is to be able to say, if we're lacking in a specific area, how do we go about putting something back in there? And so it's just identifying those areas and coming up with another. Does that answer your question?
Well, I would think that if a citizen had a request or a council member had a request or anyone says, okay, we need a shelter here with a table where people can gather in large groups, and we need benches, because I sent you that request.
Yes, ma'am.
Where does that go?
Well, that would go into what we could replace as far as I haven't gotten a lot of depth into those things just yet. Right now, the focus that what we've done is to look at our current system, our current inventory of all of our things, whether it's tennis courts, basketball courts, volleyball courts, and start developing a replacement program or a new program in those parks to be able to come to you guys with in future budgets. And so that has not been done as of yet.
Okay, park playgrounds. You've got that in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you talking about putting those, you're not talking about putting those on school grounds, are you? Or are you talking about?
No,
putting
those will be on city property.
On city property.
And those
How
will
do you
be
know?
existing playgrounds that are
So
not in a
we're
condition to be
replacement
used.
again.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
I believe a while back, we received a grading system of the parks where Mr. Griffith's Park all got some pretty low grades. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct.
I know I was just being facetious. I thought I'd poke at Mr. Griffith since he's been having to sit next to me for so long. With regard to and I know that there are some parks that have been designated. I see them in the plan here. $740,000 can replace how many playgrounds roughly?
4.
Four.
That includes fall zones. That includes potential concrete replacement for borders. Just depends on each one of the playgrounds, but that's a good estimate on each playground will be about that 185 total installed and everything.
Because I see there's about 4 parks here that are listed for the 21-22 fiscal year. So those are those. So each year where we have some parks listed, we'll have to work to allocate those funds to continue to do it at that rate.
Yes, ma'am. And we will bring that, we will bring another report back next year. And when these playgrounds are in, that will of course increase our scores.
Okay, I was just curious as to how many playgrounds they got us. Right. And I know that they're expensive and the whole getup is pretty expensive. And I've looked at the list that you have here, and there are definitely places, of course, all of them, a lot of them need to be replaced, but I think that's a good start to begin addressing those. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think we gotta think long and hard before we spend 170 grand per playground. I mean, I've been through this before with a bunch of elementary schools, and, you know, we retooled and found a way to do it for, you know, to deliver what we needed and do it for a whole lot less than 170,000 per playground. I mean, I'm sure it's a great playground, but we'll never get them all done without save a huge bond. That just won't happen. I mean, I know the community and know what our weather does to them. So anyway, that's not a budget issue. We talk about that down the road, but that's just a thought. Mr. Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at this, and I was just thinking about that maybe an asterisk or somewhere should be on this. And as far as a capital improvement project, it's not with the city, but I duly note to note that the Pioneer Park and that would be Roy Fur Park over by Ramirez Elementary School is going to have a substantial improvement made to it in the next few years. And so I just wanted to make sure that it was noted that that park's being taken care of as well, and another funding source.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Atkinson, let's move along, please. Thank you, Mr. Van Gundy.
Okay, we'll move back up towards the middle of the page, 92362, Buddy Holly Center renovations, phase 2, 45,000 in new money. Garden and Art Center exterior renovations in the amount of 15,000. That's not a standalone 15,000. It's going to the currently appropriated dollars to finish out the funding we need. That was a project that was delayed last year. Yeah. One thing I might add, you talk about the vehicle replacement list. Colby and his team have really jumped in to try to make up the shortfall with our contractors that keep up with the mowing and the weed eating and so forth at the park. So in the coming year, in the FY22 year, we are proposing to buy one large terrain mower that will be ours. It's bigger than what we have today, and it'll let us step in, whether that be because we've had another wet year. We do a lot of the hot shot mowing, so to speak. So there's an event planned somewhere, the triathlon, things like that. It'll let us do that faster and more efficiently. We initially looked at buying more than one of those. Colby and his maintenance team, though, have gone back and proposed instead we buy some of these motorized vacuums that will allow us to make our way through the parks much more quickly and pick up trash and cans and blue sacks and all of those other things. So Colby, we ended up with 3 of those, I believe, in the budget. Yeah, 3 of those units. So I think that'll really help with that most simple, basic piece of keeping a park clean, of being able to do that. And that matches the zone structure he's put together. Move to Public Works.
I believe that'll be great. Let's move along.
All right. We'll start Abernathy Landfill Gatehouse renovations, 7,400. This is also adding to some existing available funding to finish out some, really, I'd call it weatherproofing that we need to do out on that building. 8659, continuing the downtown one-way to two-way street conversion. Council, I think we've all seen the streets right here around us and the additional signs. Want to thank Wood and Sharman Owens and the others. They really got on that and did it quickly. This continues the rollout of that program. 92558 is the landfill 69 groundwater remediation. This is an ongoing project. This is replacing some of the pieces and parts that have been in place for a long time out there. So we're adding 375,000 to it. Council would note that Ms. Haney is working very hard on plans to get us out of landfill 69 sooner rather than later. That will not stop the groundwater remediation or the methane extraction program that run out there. So just know that, please. 92569, backup power at signalized intersections. We've had 2 good years with that. We'd like to add a third. Remember, we got slowed down this year because apparently the battery is something that was in very long delivery phase. They've caught us back up. We'll order first off and get going on that. 92570, this is the ADA ramp and sidewalk project. We've tried to continue to keep dollars in this. It fixes the corner ramps. If you have isolated spots where people maybe don't have a sidewalk or don't have a ramp, this gives us the ability to meet those individual needs. It's a good program. 92649 Upland Avenue, 82nd to 98th Street. We've done the design work funding. We're adding another $1 million to continue going forward with that. Going to the next page. I'm going to skip street maintenance for a moment. We'll come back to that. We have a presentation we will do on it. Let's go to the transfer station. We've now combined the 2 separate projects that were out there as we look towards the transfer station and public works facility, proposing 1.275 million. 482,000 is existing cash, nearly 483, adding 792 in new cash. This is really kind of getting you to the failure analysis piece of this. We know what we need. We know generally how it's going to work. Can we get it somewhere that it does do that and that we can get it permitted? So continuing to move forward on it. Coming down the page, 114th Street, Quaker to Indiana, $3 million. We talked about this up front. This is one of the CO funded projects, but again, it matches with the MPO money, and it's that one missing piece of 114th. Pedestrian and cyclist enhancements in the amount of 160. Iola from 122nd to 1585, 75,000. Canyon Lakes connectivity. This is not the park piece of that project. This is the traffic engineering piece of that project to work on making it easier and safer for pedestrians and bicyclists to move between the Canyon Lakes. We'd like to continue to fund our fiber optic expansion project. Certainly, we know some things that'll be coming up over the next few years that we'll want to connect. Final one is traffic signals. This is our ongoing funding that has the dollars available as a new signal install needs to be put into place. With that, if you would like, council, we can back up and call Mr. Franklin and look at what we would do with the $11 million in street maintenance.
Let's do so.
Okay, Mayor, if you would switch to this input, please, sir. And Wood, if you'll tell me when and how.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. We're going to kind of talk to you and walk you through our street maintenance program that we have here. I'll kind of walk through, it's obviously in depth, but what we have unique this year is I've got 2 packages that we worked with staff and prepared, mainly because of our street bond that's coming on the election. And so we kind of want to be prepared in case we didn't have a street bond or if it didn't pass. As you're aware, 34th Street is in dire need of some maintenance. We wanted to go ahead and include that in there. So a lot of these packages are going to be similar, but I'll kind of talk about the differences specifically related to the street bond. So in package 1, kind of go through, we have our concrete and asphalt patching. That's something that we do every year, and that's what we do in certain neighborhoods ahead of our resurfacing, ahead of what you see our microsurfacing, which is what we're doing right this year in Lake Ridge. So we kind of do that ahead of time. Our concrete patching is bound by 19th, 34th Avenue A and Avenue Q. And then I can kind of go through, but I think the map will show it a little better. Our asphalt patching, both of those programs are similar in each package that I'll talk about here. We also have our Rejuvenator package. Rejuvenator project. This is our product that we put down on our new streets. So obviously, as our streets are new, we want to do our maintenance right then, right there. That's where we get our best bang for the buck and continue the life of the project, life of the streets. So these are on newer streets. And again, this Rejuvenator program in package 1 and package 2 is going to be identical. And I'll kind of go through those and show them on the maps here in a second. Our resurfacing, which is what we call our scrub seal and microsurfacing, that's usually followed, what we do following our concrete and asphalt patching. That's going to be in a section bound by 34th Street, 50th University in Indiana. And again, that's very similar to what we have in package 1 and package 2. We have our contractor rebuild. This is where we advertise and the contractors go down and they basically mill out the asphalt and go down into base. And then we rebuild that street back up. We do that through contractors. And we have 4 projects proposed here in this package 1, Avenue P from 19th to 34th Street. That is also in what I'm going to show in our package 2. And then I have the 34th Street Quaker to Slide and 34th Street I-27 to Avenue Q. These streets are what are on our current bond package for election coming up hopefully in November. And if that passes, then we will switch over and we will forego this package 1 and do package 2. And I have other projects that will take that money and do that in another area. And I'll go over those later. We also have University Avenue, Clovis to Marcia Sharp Freeway. This is our $1 million. This is the city portion. This is a project that we're working with the county. They also have another $1 million that we will, as the budget is approved, we will bring together bring to you an agreement between the county and the city and get that project done jointly with city county funds. That is also on our package 2 project. We then have our in-house mill and relay. This is what we do with our in-house crews and get things done with our equipment and our maintenance in-house. We have East Ursuline, MLK to Ash Avenue and Avenue J and 5th Street. That is up there by the old Plant 1. We got some streets out there that are those old brick street and a degrading street with some new development going on over there around there. We show right here $11.2 million. We do have, depending on how our bids come in, if they do come in as projected here and we are over, we do have our operating budget that we can go ahead and do some of these in-house projects out of. We kind of want to go to our next slide. This will show the map of the area where all these are proposed, showing, there you go. And so this is package 1 that I just described, and we can kind of go over all of these if you like.
No, I tell you what, we're going to, just for the sake of time, I wanted just to show the council the planning. Let's now move to the second package, just to give an idea of what might happen if the bond were to pass. And we'll have plenty of time to do a dive into this at some point. But I think it's, we hear so much from our citizens about this, about our streets. I think it's important to let them know the thought that goes into this effort. Okay.
Good deal.
So run through this at a high level, please.
So I'll run through this at a high level as well. So this is our street package, our street maintenance package number 2. Assuming that the bond does pass, then we will go ahead and take out those 34th Street projects, and that does free up additional money that we can use elsewhere. And kind of to go over our concrete patching, our asphalt patching, and our rejuvenator, those are going to be the same projects, along with our resurfacing the 34th Street, 50th, and the first line of that project of the resurfacing is the same as package number 1. What we have added is that second line for the resurfacing, which includes 19th Street to 34th Street, Avenue A to Avenue P of our microsurfacing. That would be added to the project. We'd also add the next 2, which is a resurfacing. This is a scrub seal and then a chip seal. This is what we go ahead and basically put the asphalt or the asphalt and rocks down. It's a little different than our microsurfacing, but it's essentially the same product that we go and resurface. We would be able to do 34th Street, Magnolia Avenue to I-27, and then University 98th Street to 114th Street. That section of University needs immediate maintenance right now. We also have our contractor rebuilds. Those 2 streets, those 2 projects are the same projects in package 1. We also have our in-house mill and relay, Ursuline Street, and then our Avenue J and 5th Street. Those are the same. What was added, an additional project here is the Avenue A, 17th Street to 34th Street is a new project, and that's the northbound lane. I know Ms. Patterson Harris has been talking to me about that. There is an old water line replacement, and that old patch is failing and is in dire need of repair. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, just a comment. I think I don't see anything that you talked about that doesn't need it. So
I could go on.
Good work. I think we'll
Thank you.
leave it right there for
Okay.
now. We've support, I mean, we basically have made the decision to make this, to do this funding with our, through our future needs work. And I like the two scenarios you've shown us right here. So
Thank you very much.
thank you, Wood. Okay, council, I think that that finishes our general fund and general fund capital. Is that a good way to describe that?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to do action items right now on that, or do you want to wait and do them when we wrap at the end of the, I mean, sort of our takeaways?
Might want to do it both times. So
Okay.
if something is fresh on the mind right now, let's go ahead and get our notes made and
Okay,
what we can do.
let's do that. So I think, Jarrett, you probably have some, I think one of the first notes was maybe a discussion with our financial advisors about the reserve.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the note on page 16.
Policy, looking at changing the policy from 20 to 25 on 20 to 25% on unrestricted. Okay. What else what other takeaways do we have?
Flipping through, I didn't catch any instructions on the tax rate or on your debt structure, the profiles, investments. Moving into operating. Council, was there any?
The discussion on
feedback
fire, you made a comment on Lubbock Fire and Rescue.
Yeah, that's in my department. So.
Okay, we haven't
get
gotten there.
right
I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of
Any
you.
comments or questions on the proposed fee changes? We may have one that has slid a decimal, but if so, I'll report back to you tomorrow on that. They're chasing it down right now.
Yeah. TechStyle wants to do that. It was the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. It was a couple decimals, but anyway.
We really only try to move them one way,
Okay,
you know,
all right.
one at a time. Any questions on, comments on the fee changes? Okay, I'm still going.
Ms. Patterson Harris, I'm sorry. Sheila.
I didn't get a chance to ask it then. With regard to the group homes, what has precipitated us? Or are we having more and more requests for those? That's,
We're not having enough.
okay.
We have very limited ability. But we need more.
Gotcha. Okay.
We need more what?
More ability to work with the group homes in our neighborhoods.
Oh, okay, because we're having problems with group homes and it's not, those problems utilize city resources, whether it's Lubbock PD, the fire, rescue, ambulance service, because they're called out frequently. And so we've been working, trying to see if we couldn't find a better way within the law to handle some of those issues. And thus far, we've not made a lot of progress. I remember, who was it who came up and talked about group homes and permitting? He used the word permit. Was it?
It would
Yeah,
have had to have
Stephen
been
Walker.
Stephen.
Right, and he mentioned something, and he used the word permit. And we don't permit those.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and check with him. I know he talked about for the foster care
Mhm.
and for the group homes, how the state permitted them, but had pulled back from doing anything
Right.
else. And our inspections are somewhat on an as requested basis.
And the requests come from,
It has to come from the operators. Now, with the foster system, that has changed to a third party administering that on behalf of the state. And I understand that activity is picked up. That one's moving in the right direction.
well, at least my experience this year has been that in order, if you're having issues with group homes, you're very limited in what you can do. And it affects our neighborhoods. So I think we need to continue to work on that.
Mayor, I have a note on page 64, which is the planning department. And that was a note about kind of setting an outer limit date to move completely into the digital workflow.
All right. It's more operational, certainly not budget related. Yeah.
Good point, though.
Okay, other
In public-
takeaways?
In public safety, page 72, the fire department, the item I did not have in the budget, but I've asked to add the certification pay associated with cancer prevention at Station 4
Yes, sir.
in the amount of $54,000. There's a little more than that, but it's 54.
Okay.
Public health, there was a request to add, and this would actually, I believe, be in the goals for the year, not in the budget piece here, but the source to solution program. I thought I heard that you made a request that when we write out the department's goals, that we put the source to solution in.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Okay, capital. And I'll just go ahead and restate it. We need to look at becoming much more aggressive with the remaining $385,000 associated with Meadowbrook.
Yeah,
It's in
maybe
the
just
capital
a-
account.
Just Meadowbrook
Maybe just a
area.
deeper dive into the whole golf situation.
And
Yeah.
secondarily,
Yeah.
the contract, and I think it comes out in 24, if I remember right.
Likely not to be something we can wrap up by the end of budget, but something we can
Probably
work
not,
on this
but-
fall. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Something I took from the discussion on park amenities. Is that a replacement fund? Is that a new fund? Is it some blend of both? Do we have enough money in it? So I'll take that over the next day or two and visit with Colby and kind of see what I can look at on it.
Great.
Mayor, that's the notes I have. Blue, did you have anything different?
Mr. Griffith, you look like you had something on your mind. You have another one?
Yes, was there a handout on the street maintenance
There,
program?
there is not, but we can distribute
We'll
it.
get that emailed
Thank
out.
you.
That'd be great to have that. I
Thank
think
you.
We were having
it's really,
version conversions going on, trying to
it's
get.
really good work, and I appreciate the quick turn on that because we weren't planning on doing that until about 6:30. So thank you. Thank you. All right, other
Duly noted.
takeaways before we move into part two for just about 3 different areas. Ms. Joy.
One of the, in terms of your wage increases, we always have to remember that it's not just for 1 year. It's going forward in every year. And so I have to assume, city manager, that you've got that figured out, that whatever increase in compensation that there is for anybody, whether it's the 4% or the 7%, whatever it is, that next year, when we get to this point, we're going to have sufficient funds to pay that, which always makes me nervous.
It makes us nervous too. Subject to those earlier concerns I listed that are just global. Yes, this is set up to be funded over the years. Now, recall, when we roll into the next year's budget, one of the impacts you'll see is not what we're doing this year. It's the addition of the firefighters to staff Fire Station 20. As we looked at the CO, remember that was entirely put on M&O.
Right.
So we will have an increase equal to that before we do anything else for that. But yes, very good question.
Okay. So part 1 is behind us. The very first part of part 2 is all our internal service funds, correct? And I think it would be in our desire to make sure we make ample progress tonight. Let's try to get through the first 3 of these tonight. They're pretty, let's get through fleet and health benefits and IT if we can tonight. Mr. Atkinson, you think we can do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's turn to page 4 in budget workshop part 2. Okay.
Okay, first internal service fund will be your fleet services. You do see the increase of $305,000. This is compensation adjustments. That's what we talked about earlier, and the reclass of certain positions within. This department has felt relatively strongly the increased cost of parts, cost of supplies, third-party work. We have a very slight decrease in the roll-off of some of the existing debt. It's not significant in terms of the entire fund, but it's good to note. We do have our transfers up just a little bit. That's continuing towards the fully funded fleet replacement program, which we've got the enterprises in that category right now. Soon, one of these days, we'll get general fund moving in that direction, but we've got enterprise in it.
Take a minute and explain what you just said.
Absolutely.
I think some of us get it, but I want everybody to understand what we've done and what our goal is, because I think it's admirable and it's a you can see where it's helped, where it's already made an impact, and it will make a huge impact at some point in the future.
Yes, thank you. So in today's world, when we need to replace a vehicle, we already have it, but it's time to replace it, or we need to go get an additional, we've added a code enforcement officer, we need a pickup. That money has to come out of that year's cash. So it's competing against your capital programs and everything else. And the way we do it, we work very hard to be sure we're only replacing what we have to replace. And we take it and street maintenance and we set them aside first. Take them out. What's left is what we work on with the rest of your capital program and others. It's a tough way to do it. And remember that your fleet is nearly 2,100 pieces. There are a lot of everything that we have to do that. Our goal is to move us instead to what you call fully funded fleet replacement. So what that means, when Department X, the pipeline department, gets a new pickup, and that pickup costs $30,000. We paid for it the first time. That truck has just make it up, it's got a 10-year lifespan. We add what we think is the future cost of that truck. I'm not going to do it because I have to do math in my head. $30,000 truck that's going to last for 10 years. I need to charge myself $3,000 a year to have that truck. At the end of 10 years, there's $30,000 prepaid in that account to go replace that pickup. We do it a little more sophisticated than that, but that's the basics of a fully funded fleet replacement. So it avoids a lot of other challenges you get into. If you'll notice, we have a huge number of Tahoes that were bought in a 2-year block, and they're all wearing out at the same time. Same thing, we had 2 years worth of Crown Victorias for the police department. Solid Waste had 1 year that comprised the vast majority of the collections fleet. That's just dangerous for lots and lots of ways. We need to be on a routine schedule and cycle. I don't want to get over-invested in the next model year of whatever it happens to be that I'm buying. And I don't want everything coming out at the same time if I can help it. So that's the goal of the fully funded fleet replacement. Every enterprise fund is on that. I believe, Cheryl, this is the 3rd year for them. This will be the 3rd year. So as we're buying that new pickup for pipeline, when we bought 3 years ago, it's paid its first 3 payments towards its replacement. The challenge will be getting general fund there, and it's going to take a while, but once we do, it'll be a great benefit in the future.
Thanks for going through that.
Yes, sir.
Any questions about fleet? All right, let's move along. Let's go to health benefits.
Okay, as I start this, I'm going to ask Mr. Beck to come forward. He's going to talk to you about the wellness program. I'll do the quick summary. Significant increase, $5 million. Remember, we mentioned earlier that we are having premiums going up, 4% on the employee side, 10% on the city side. We've got a nominal increase in our compensation and benefits. That's just reorganizing the department, better service. But it's time, and council, y'all have been very deliberate with me that we need to have a wellness program. I've got the right person in place now with Mr. Beck to bring you that wellness program. Whole idea behind wellness, obviously, it's making our people healthier. The ancillary benefit to wellness is it really reduces those long-running medical claims for typical chronic conditions. So Clifton, if you would, talk to us a bit about that proposal.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. In an effort to try and combat the rising cost of health insurance, I, along with my staff, will officially kick off the city's wellness program during our open enrollment period, which will begin October the 13th. Now, a little bit about the program. We've partnered with Mr. Bill Hartsfield and his team at IA Wellness, which is a locally owned company, to help us introduce this wellness initiative. Now, keep in mind, this is going to be the first step, the first comprehensive step we take toward trying to control and get a grip on our health costs, the rising cost of providing health care to our employees. Now, a little bit about the wellness program. It is designed to identify medical issues and disease early enough that gives us an opportunity to treat those illnesses before they become chronic. Chronic illness drives up the cost of healthcare. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
And Clifton, the kickoff date for that is?
The kickoff date is officially October 13th. It's going to be during our open enrollment period.
Thank you.
Mr. Beck, Mr. Atkinson, do you plan on bringing us more details of this? Is a little deeper, like in a work session, we're gonna get a chance to go through that? Okay, I think that would be really
Both for the
appropriate.
council and for our covered lives.
Sure, I think it
Provide
makes- it's good for
information to
everybody.
both.
Yeah. I'm excited about it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Other comments you'd like to make on Ms. Patterson Harris, are you out of line down there? Are you getting a little punchy? You been here too long? I catch you down there?
Mr. Jarrett said he's excited about it. Well, I said, I'm not. I just like to have a good time down here with Mr. Jarrett. He's my wingman, so I kind of have to.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, we could move to IT.
Go back for just one moment, please. So talk a little bit about the professional services and training piece. I think it's important. We're making some investments there. I'd like you to talk a little bit about that.
Let me try that again.
You may have worn it out today. Keep going.
It's tired of me. Current year's budget for professional services and training is $169,000. The proposal for FY '22 is nearly $524,000. The majority of that is to cover the cost of bringing in IA Wellness to do that wellness program. So it is a big investment. It should pay back very quickly. We should have people that identify issues that are able to address them, and it's going to help us with our long-term cost.
It's a big investment, but go down 2 lines.
Well, so we go down, I'll just go down one more line to the premiums and the scheduled charges.
That's what I was looking at. Yes.
And
we have no cost.
Say
No,
again?
we have no cost
That equals that.
citywide that comes anywhere close to increasing at the rate this does. And if the base were $500 and it were going up 14% to $640, we'd be okay. But it's not. It's 32.7 million going to 37.4 million.
Mhm.
And certainly we share a little, we share with our employees on this. This is the total exposure, but that's why this wellness program matters, because these benefits are what we all count on for our families. And it's important that we be able to afford these benefits. You can see the years before. This is, any of us that have bought health insurance as small business owners know that this is the worst day of the year when your health insurance rep comes to see you, because you get your new rates. So this is critical that we keep working on it. And I applaud HR for their efforts. I look forward to
Yes.
seeing the details around that.
Absolutely. Okay, ready for IT?
Please.
Okay, Mr.
It's
Blue.
amazing how quiet the council gets when they know there's only 3 slides left.
Information technology increased $93,000. We do have the regular compensation adjustment. We've had some departmental turnover, retirees. In fact, we had a party for one on Friday. James and his team are doing a great job decreasing the cost related to the hardware maintenance, the hardware equipment, hardware as a service. We have increased the professional services a bit. We need a 5-year IT master plan. Council 5 years ago, we kind of did a needs analysis, you may recall, resulted in building our alternate data center and some other things. We need to get back a hold of everything now and come up with a scheduled sequential master plan to go forward. Finally, we do have some increases, and they're scheduled increases in our software as a service costs. You can see over the years, they've done a good job of paring out old dead and stale software, which has saved us money. They've done a lot of that. We've moved heavy into SaaS. I think we'll continue to move into SaaS. That's certainly one of the options with the public safety CAD project that's out there. But we really need that master plan and get our hands around it and go forward.
Mr. Atkinson, the maintenance line item increased significantly for many years, and we've bent the curve a little bit this year. Some of that you just spoke to, some of that is replacing it with paying for your service on a monthly basis.
Right.
Some of it too, though, is going through, we go through and do a deep dive and get rid of a lot of apps that we weren't using, software that we were paying for and the like. Can you talk a little bit about that?
We did. Thank you. James and the group, they've done physical inventories and audits of everything right down to, do you have 1 monitor or 2 on your desktop? How many printers are we supporting as we go forward? Software, we had lots of single purpose software, individual programs that really had been superseded when we moved into like the InterGov, NeoGov, some of those larger services. We had lots of pieces out there that we were still paying for that we were not using, or if we were using them, we didn't need to be using them because we had something better that would fulfill that same need. They did a lot of work on our servers, and this is going to get over my head really quick, but the difference between the virtual servers, the physical servers, how we're managing storage. One of the largest costs we pay each year is storage. And really it's for the police department for the in-car cameras and the body worn cameras. And much like some of the storage of physical evidence, some of that virtual evidence has to be kept literally forever. So they've done a good job with that. We're really proud of them.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you want to keep going or you ready to go? You do a couple more? Because Joy's already closed hers up, but when I said keep going, Ms. Patterson Harris didn't jump up and down and get mad, so I thought we could do another one. So all right, let's do telecom. It's connected to IT, and then we'll quit there. Okay, that'll be our last one for the day.
Okay. Telecommunications proposed budget increase just under $34,000. We do have some increase in compensation and benefits. We are seeing some savings. You'll see this in the other charges line item. This is switching public safety to a new provider for wireless devices. And this is more effort on behalf of this crew to disconnect, and I love this word, superfluous circuit lines throughout the city. We do have some increases in our scheduled charges. One, of course, is our liability insurance. The other is we've been able to take the Cisco phone system, the voice over internet protocol system, and expand that now to all the fire stations and to other city facilities.
Okay, questions for Mr. Atkinson on, or comments on telecommunications? Okay, so we'll call it a day right there. We'll begin tomorrow with, on page 8 of book 2 with GIS and data services. Council, any comments before we wrap up this evening? Anything from, any comments? Mr. Koslich, Mr. Atkinson, anything you guys would like to add? You good? Good. Okay, 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. Back here for part 2. Thank you to all of you for being here, for all your work that gets us to where we can do what we do today. It's not lost on us, and it's 7:41. Lubbock City Council's adjourned. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas.